Yeah. I know it is. Well,
Call to order.
No,
This is a meeting of the Littlestown area school board directors. This is a meeting of the board taking place in public in accordance with the Sunshine Act. District residents who wish to address the board are required to sign up and provide public comment at least 5 minutes prior to the starting of the meeting. Public participation will occur only in the designated public comment portion of the agenda. Disruptions, interruptions, outbursts, or any other disorderly conduct of any kind will not be tolerated. By attending and or commenting publicly in the meeting, you are consenting to the district's recording, retention, and future viewing of this meeting. This meeting is also being live streamed as a convenience to the public. In event live stream fails or cannot be transmitted for any reason, the in-person meeting will continue without interruption. Would you please call roll?
Ally McCall,
here.
Nick Lovell, here, Jeannie Ewan,
Here.
Nell Ressler,
Here.
Wayne Sullivan,
here.
Stephen Yerger,
Here,
Donna Bayless,
Here.
Harry Brenneman.
Here.
rise for the pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now recognize members of the public who have signed up to provide comment as stipulated in policy 903. When your name is called, please approach the podium, state your name, confirm that you're a resident taxpayer of the district, topic of discussion for the record. Public comment is limited to the matters of district business only. Comments that are not relevant to district business or that may be before the board will be suspended. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer, not to individual board members or the administrators, and the comments will be limited to 5 minutes or less. The privilege to speak may be interrupted, revoked, or recess of the meeting may be called by the chair if the speaker fails to adhere to board policy or does not observe reasonable decorum and orderly conduct. Thank you. Bradley Keith.
Good evening. My name is Brad Kiefer. I'm a taxpayer and resident of the district, and I want to start by saying something plainly before I get into numbers. The decisions in front of this board are not easy. Some of what I'm about to recommend involves eliminating positions held by people who work hard for this district and this community. I don't take that lightly. I want you to know that I've looked hard in every alternative way, and looking at all the data to come to this list. But the honest truth is that this district is in a structural deficit and we need some real decisions, not deferral. My answers may not be right, but they're real and at least worthy of consideration and more, real than what I've heard so far recommended. So let me spend most of my time tonight looking at a solution. The district faces a $2.64 million structural deficit, expenditures of $44.9 million against revenues of $42.2. The collective bargaining agreement is tied up, things that we all know. The current plan that the board has entertained violates its own board policy 620. Without action, this problem grows into a $7 million deficit by 2030. So the problem has to start to be solved today. So year one recommendation, Dr. Berryman is promoted to superintendent, Dr. Moyer goes off into retirement, and that saves approximately $219,000 in loaded salary and benefits. This second, the executive assistant to the assistant superintendent position becomes redundant with no assistant superintendent that needs support. That saves $90K. Eliminate the director of educational services. The business administrator oversees all of that, and that saves about $200K in total compensation. Fourth, eliminate the director of transportation. The assistant business administrator assumes the contract oversight. That saves $124K. Eliminate one middle school assistant principal timed with the merger of the middle school and high school. That saves you $158K. Six, eliminate 2 IT technicians and possibly look for contractors to backfill if needed. That saves approximately $202K. Seventh, eliminate the facilities manager administrative assistant, absorb that into the business administrator's team. That saves $87K. Eighth, consolidate 1 additional support staff position through attrition. That saves another $91K. In total, real things equaling $1.17 million. Paired with the 2.5% tax increase, which generates $404K in new revenue, and adding a pay-to-play athletics fee like many surrounding districts at $250 per student generates about $90K, and a $400,000 transfer from the athletic capital reserve, which I know triggers but what about the track in a few years? That's fine, but we need to solve the problem at hand for education, not just athletics. All of this together finds a better balanced budget and passes a policy 620 with a $604,000 margin. I want to be direct about the capital reserve transfer. Obviously, you're going to need to figure out if it's possible, so get a solicitor opinion, or think about the board policies that may not be completely public or easy to navigate. Year 2 requires a 3% tax increase, generating another $493K in cumulative additional revenue. It requires 4 teaching position reductions tied to declining enrollment at a loaded cost of $150K each. That's about $600,000. The board will need to follow Act 11 furlough procedures, and that process should start as soon as possible. Year 2 also requires this board to authorize 2 investigations. In my opinion, we need to look at the Lincoln Intermediate unit and do a full audit. The district is paying $2.47 million annually to the LIU. It's up significantly, so let's look at it line by line to see where there may be duplicated services. Second, let's prepare for a rebid on the transportation contract. And then let's rebid that as soon as possible. With year 2's tax increase, the 4 teacher reductions, possibly finding money in the LIU audit and the rebid, we're projecting another $2.58 million. That passes policy 620 with a $358,000 margin. The 4-year result requires $2.5 million next year, $3 million the following year, 3.5 and 3.5. This minimizes the cash flow impact to our community and makes it less aggressive and less abrupt. And pairing that with the other structural changes leads us to be in compliance and starts to solve this problem. I know this isn't comfortable. There's probably people in this room who are a little bit uneasy and may have just heard their name mentioned. And again, we're at a place where we need to lead with empathy, but also the board needs to lead with real decisions. I, as a taxpayer, am going to take an impact on this, but I'm recommending it anyway, because the alternative is watching this district's financial position deteriorate until choices have to be made by a court or a state as if we let this play out. I appreciate the time and opportunity today, and I look forward to hearing your real resolution at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel?
Oh, sorry. I can hear you talking to Clay. I'm sorry. Okay, so I didn't prepare anything. I'm just going to speak a couple things. Appreciate Mr. Kiefer's time he took to put all those numbers together. That's a lot. My family has a lot of experience in the public school systems in Maryland and here. My husband's been a teacher in Carroll County. Can you give me a 4-minute? Because I'm not paying attention. Do you mind? Like, you're at 4 minutes, like you got 1 minute left, please. Thank you. He's been working there now, gosh, almost 30 years. If you want to see an administrative area that's overemployed, go down there. If my husband wanted to change the beneficiaries on his life insurance, there's one person he goes to meet with to do that. So when our daughter was born, he had to have time to go see her to change the beneficiaries. Well, then, if you wanted to add her to the insurance, there was another person that took care of that. This year, we're back on his insurance. We weren't for a long time, and I left the company I was with. He wanted to get an FSA. Well, do you know they wouldn't let him put money in an FSA unless they approved it and understood why he wanted to put money in that FSA? He worked for a health insurance company for 25 years. That's a problem with overhead, Mr. Kiefer. And I'm sorry, I'm going to speak to you on this. We have a revenue problem. Look at us. I think we're midway in this county in terms of budget dollars, in terms of what we spend. We have a revenue problem. I'm not saying there aren't places we can cut. There aren't some things we can move around. I do think, and I've heard the board say this, that when we merge the 2 schools, there may be some opportunities here. Mr. Moyer may have said, Dr. Moyer may have said that. But I don't feel like eliminating positions off the top, especially in your administration, is going to help you here. Right now, I feel like you do a pretty good job meeting, at least you've met the needs of my family when it comes to learning parts and stuff like that, in terms of curriculum and stuff. So cutting that back, you're just going to harm the students in the end. Should we look at LIU? Yes, it's ridiculous. But this goes back to a much larger problem, which is the growth of learning differences and the needs to accommodate that, whether it be autism classrooms or whatever it is. Okay. That revenue problem, I did write down a couple, so I wasn't totally off base. That revenue problem needs to be solved with changes really at the state level, quite honestly. A great question was asked, but what can we really do about that? It is a great question because, I've been watching, I like watching Abbott Elementary on Hulu. Do you know that I see 3 cyber school advertisements every time I watch Abbott Elementary? One told me that they're going to teach my child how to do automotive so that she can stand out with the neighbor's dad and she can help him change the oil. This is what parents are being told about these cyber schools. These cyber schools are a problem. Sending funds to the cyber schools is the same as sending them to private schools and taking them away from the kids that need it most, where their parents can't stay at home so they can go to cyber school. And I have a major problem with that because these are the people that need the most help. So yes, we need to speak up. I'm going to speak at a future meeting about some ideas, but here's the great thing. We've got an election this year. We get to say who is going to represent HD 91. We've got Catherine Pratt, who sits in Gettysburg on the school board and understands this. And she was quoted in a recent article specifically saying, thank you. We have a revenue problem. We have a revenue problem everywhere, okay? I'm gonna go to 2 things real quick in my last minute. The buses. I keep hearing the question, well, do we really need the buses or they're a discipline problem? Okay, you put 3 elementary kids in every seat on a bus. How's the bus driver even identifying the discipline issues? How are they doing that while they're looking on the street and making sure they don't hit a kid that walks out in the middle of the road? I mean, y'all have seen the craziness about the roads here and stuff. The point is, adding another bus when you have 4 to 5 buses overfilled is a preventative risk management measure. Forget this discipline stuff. And I think I covered it all. But we can do more about cyber schools, and I'm sorry, but I don't see anyone in this moment that should have their job cut. That's ridiculous.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Wait till Aaron gets up on.
Okay. I want to thank all of you for coming tonight. Thank you very much. This will be very helpful.
So we're going to go over a discussion tonight. Normally I save the non-budget items for last. We're going to flip that to try to get those out of the way first, since I know the budget discussion is probably going to take the majority of tonight. So we're going to jump first into what Mr. Alasakis presented, I believe, back in May. Go to the next slide there, Aaron, is the scoreboard. So right now we have an aging scoreboard at the stadium. Mr. Alasakis presented and got quotes for us for our existing vendor with Nevco. We've briefly discussed about this, getting a go-ahead to proceed, at least working with the vendor to get some more logistics and timing. The lead time on this to get it available and integrated for the fall sports is what is the crux of the ask of tonight. So we just want to have a brief discussion about what the board's, I guess, where they're at on discussion of the scoreboard. I know Mr. Alasakis is here. We can ask him some questions about the scoreboard. So Aaron, if you want to go to the next one here. So this is just a comparison of what our existing scoreboard looks like on the right, and then the proposal of the new scoreboard on the left. You saw the price there is estimated around $90,000, and then we had an additional $10,000 for infrastructure needs. So that would be electricity and or data cables, any other additional ones for earmarked for that. So I just want to pause here, and we want to have a brief discussion about what the board thoughts are on an athletic scoreboard. Are we waiting to proceed? So this would have been part of the athletic improvement plan for baseball and softball. And we'll jump into baseball and softball scoreboards right after this. But I think the more urgent need was the stadium scoreboard. So we wanted to look kind of bucket those out and see. So that was always part of that 750,000. It was always earmarked. Since that bid came in too high, we just want to make sure that, is this something the board still wants to get on and have available for the fall season as originally intended, or is that not something the board's willing to do at this time?
Mr. Shoemaker, Mr. Yerger, if I could make a suggestion while we've got Jeff and Victor here, it might be good just to hear from them about what are some of the major challenges with our current school board that might help guide the direction of the discussion. Does that make sense?
So Jeff presented that. We'll just recap what was provided.
Well, good evening, board members. So when you look at those two scoreboards there, some of the challenges that we're facing right now is if you look closely at the old scoreboard, the scoreboard on the right, you could see some silver sort of piping above where it says Bolt and Guests and where it says down, yards to go, ball on a quarter. Victor and his team, when that scoreboard was moved from what was the football field down there at the baseball field up to where it presently is in our new stadium, you could no longer see the Bolts, Guests, down, yards to go, ball on, etc. So Victor and his team put together some lighting structures to illuminate those words, because if not, all you would see would be what's in the black. And even when you are in the home bleachers, it's still difficult to see that. So that's one piece. Piece two is in the top portion in between both L's, where you see that. Right now, that is simply a yellowish sort of display. So I'm going to give you a really practical example. In a graduation, at graduation, to get all the names of the graduates up there and for it to say congratulations, class of 2026, we literally needed to climb a ladder up the back of the scoreboard, put a thumb drive into a panel in the back of the scoreboard. And on that thumb drive was the names of all the students that was downloaded to that thumb drive from a computer so that we can project the names up there. The same thing will happen when we get our sponsors and our vendors for the fall sports. Like, whoever we get, Labellas, name anybody. We're going to have to manually do that. That shouldn't be the case. Everything now is you put it into the computer, you hit a button because of the software talks, and through Wi-Fi, it would project. For example, now if you look at the left scoreboard where it says touchdown, all of that would be part of the features that are in the new scoreboards. It would have touchdown, first down, penalty kick, whatever you want to say. Plus, then we can put the graphics up there that represent the company that is sponsoring or that we're in a partnership with, Kenny's, whoever, and in their colors. So that could roll across there. So not to mention, if you go back now to the old scoreboard, there is lighting in the black portions where you'd have the score and the ball down and all that is starting to go dead. That scoreboard is just old. If you go stand under it, you can see the paint is all peeling off. The vinyl bolts and the vinyl guest pieces, that painting is all starting to come off. It's time for a new stadium scoreboard. So there's some of the major challenges that we are presently facing with that.
Mr. Alsakis, I have
Yes.
a question.
Sure.
Actually, two questions, if that's okay. I'm sorry. Is that right, Ted?
Yeah, I was just going to mention the sponsorship with Wellspan before.
Well, Ms. President, I'll give you one second. If you see where it says sponsor area on the left scoreboard, presently, I worked all winter. When I first got here, I was told, hey, we need to get sponsors for the new scoreboard, get sponsors for a new scoreboard. We presently have a $25,000 sponsorship with Wellspan. Wellspan would go in that sponsor area probably across the bottom right now. In fact, they're giving us money because they wanted to get money through the FY20 from the FY, let's see here, we're going into the FY27, correct? They wanted to get their FY26 money in, so we already have $6,250 of their money, and we're expecting $6,250 more of their money to come. If we delay that project, I can't guarantee that we're going to have that $25K on the table, but I can guarantee that the prices that Thomas just showed are going to go up also. So we're going to potentially lose the 25K, and due to inflationary costs, we're probably going to have to pay more. So that's what's envisioned there. Plus, we could get panels up and down, like I know Thomas had to, for these reasons. We could get panels up and down the side, like quarter panels that we could work with sponsors and charge different amounts of money for. We can go 12.5 or 6.5, 12.5, 25, whatever for quarter, half, full displays that would be permanent up there to help offset the costs over time. Ms. President.
That was actually my first question was, are we gonna lose the money if we don't do that now? Like, I know there was a donation for the sponsorship. If we don't follow through with this, it sounds like we're not gonna have that $25,000.
They've been reluctant to call WellSpan to say, hey, the likelihood, I'm going to be very transparent. The likelihood of us having a scoreboard for this fall is very low because the fabrication process of creating a custom scoreboard with the L, the installation and all those pieces, until the board approves a budget probably around June 22nd or at the latest by June 30th, that isn't going to give us enough time. So what Thomas and I am asking is that the money then is just encumbered, and it is guaranteed that those monies are sitting there. And I could tell WellSpan that those monies are encumbered for a scoreboard so that as soon as either they feel they can get a scoreboard in prior to winter and it getting cold, that's up to them. I didn't even ask this question. Or B, as soon as winter breaks and we get through the spring season and we hit May 1, we are putting a scoreboard up using FY27 money. Because we can't go through this process again because it keeps delaying the process. And like I said, then we may not have WellSpan and you're looking at inflationary costs. So, yeah.
And my second one is more just a comment too. I'm at a lot of events down there at the stadium, and there's been times where the scoreboard has actually just stopped working.
Yeah.
In the middle of a game, which is not convenient. So I just basically a comment.
Thank you. Yes.
Sure. Would we still be able, if we got a WellSpan sign to fix to our current scoreboard, would they give us the 25,000?
What are they giving us the 25,000 for then?
Well, we could put it aside for the future. I just don't know that if for me personally, I don't know if we're in a position this year with, you heard the same as I did, some pretty drastic things being proposed in terms of personnel and programs that it just, we have to balance, put everything into perspective. And I just don't want us to lose that money. But if they gave it to us to put in a reserve or the future scoreboard, would that be an option if we got the sign now, put it up and went ahead and started advertising for WellSpan and got that 25,000 in advance?
You mean instead of a digital area in the new one, we'd have like a physical sign that we.
No, the physical sign for WellSpan is at the bottom where it says sponsor area.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about in our current one.
Yeah.
What are you talking about getting a physical sign that
Like a
would
It would be
banner or
the same
a
physical
banner or something,
sponsor sign to
a banner,
bottom.
something.
My question is, this 25,000, is this a one-time? It's so every year it is, so it's a one-time deal. It's like.
It's a rather large donation.
Seen it across multiple funding. So right now we got, I think, 6250. So they're spreading that across multiple times, but it's going to equate to 25,000.
Yes.
Okay.
It's over a 4-year period, 6,250 over 4 years. Yes.
They're providing multiple,
So we would be fronting up more money and that would be deferred.
and it would also give us time to get potentially additional vendors to then subsequent time. So that's how most of the scoreboards are. They have vendors. Some vendors line up and every time they additionally, and it essentially is supposed to pay for itself or close to it. And that's kind of how it works. But yes, it is up for a cost by the district.
Okay, historically, what kind of revenue does that look like?
So this would be the first time we've had this type of scoreboard to be able to generate some larger vendors of this fashion. So we're kind of in somewhat uncharted territory for Littlestown. We would leverage what other districts have done and who they've leveraged. We've always had some local vendors in our locals. So I can't I'd have to research what the other districts have been able to secure.
I was just trying to get an idea of maybe.
Unless You have a,
No, but with that being said, presently, the money that is generated using the small black area between the L's and the old scoreboard is for athletics, for discretionary funding for various things, because there's no other way that the athletic department presently has a way to generate any type of revenue because of our structure here. Like we don't have just one athletic boosters for various reasons. That's another whole discussion. But presently, the money that is generated from there goes into a scoreboard account. Then I have some discretion on how to use that money for various operational needs.
What is that currently bringing in?
Well, right now, I mean, for me this year, it was like it was established prior to me arriving. I want to say it's about $500, I believe, is what a vendor or a partnership sort of goes with right now. But you know, as I work with partners over the summer, depending upon where we go, you know, we'll see. Yes. Welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
say, Jeff, you might, we'll stay there because we're gonna go right into the big.
Yeah.
Then with the scoreboard talk, so with the same athletic field improvement plan was to add an additional baseball scoreboard and a softball scoreboard. So it's kind of the same concept. These ones are brand new and would be a brand new thing here for Littlestown. We don't currently have scoreboards there. So this would be the same idea as is the district willing or want to provide these for those sports? The reason we have a mobile one for softball is due to the possibility of reorienting the softball field in the future. It doesn't make sense to put a permanent solution in if that has to be removed, if the softball field would move in the future. So that's why there's a temporary solution shown at the moment instead of a permanent solution. So it's kind of the very same concept. This timing on this is a little different than the stadium scoreboard because that's used by sports across all seasons where baseball and softball are more specific of a timing. I guess we just want to go, are there any questions on those?
I have a question. So the softball is temporary. So we'd have to be looking at an additional monies in the future for a permanent one, or can we do something on wheels that is permanent? And then eventually when it's ready, the field, whatever way it ends up happening in the future, then that one can just be moved from the mobile part to the permanent spot.
We did talk about that, having one, I believe, attached to the shed to look at structure or having a somewhat permanent structure that can be torn down, but the scoreboard's a permanent scoreboard that can be then replaced when the permanent structure can be put in place. So we wouldn't entertain an option right now. This is just being shown because this is what kind of came out through our discussions. But if that's a possibility, we would have to make sure it's structurally sound. And that's kind of like, sometimes that might take some engineering and stuff. So that takes additional cost. So we didn't want to go too far down the pathway with that because we weren't sure how that would work. So the mobile option was the easiest to fulfill our needs at the moment. That's why we chose that one.
Is there money already set aside for these two and the football?
So the 750 for the land sales. So right now we currently have 475 of that 750 was earmarked for all improvements, baseball and softball and the stadium scoreboard. That's hence why we're bringing it back because it is part of that bucket of that 750. We know the entire improvement fell through, but the scoreboards are always pulled out to work with a vendor to get the best price because doing it through a bid, that was a recommendation to pull that out because you can get a better price if you do that on your own. And that's where we went through, we found that it was going to be timed up right after the baseball and softball improvements that, like I said, that fell through. So now the timing has come back around. Hence why Mr. Alasaki presented back in May when we were kind of right after the end of that. We're circling back around just to see what the discussion is and where we're at from a board standpoint, if we're willing to continue down this pathway or not.
I probably hear from everybody what you're thinking at the moment. Ally, do you have any thoughts?
Not yet.
Already given my thoughts. Go to Dwayne.
I don't think we should be spending anything above and beyond what we have to this year.
He said, he made a statement, said we shouldn't be spending
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'd love to have the scoreboard. I'd love to have the beautiful scoreboards, but this year with our budget situation, I just can't.
Donna?
I don't think we have any money to spend. In fact, we have to cut. So just my opinion. I don't know where we're gonna find the money to purchase it.
Janelle?
Mr. Shoemaker just told us that there is money set aside from the land sale, so I think we should do it.
Mary?
I think not.
Okay. We've heard from everybody except for Jeannie and myself.
I'd like to see the scoreboards. If there's money set aside.
Feel like at this time we have the money in the budget.
Are we talking about just these two or all three of them?
It'd be all three.
All three.
You could do them individually if you're for one over another, but essentially any of those options.
Okay, no.
Nope.
We'll move forward. The next one, I believe Mr. Yerger has already talked about this, is the ACTI land sale. So this will be on a resolution, two resolutions will be on the board agenda for review and approval at this month's meeting as a request by ACTI. So they did find land for a purchase price of 1.7 million. They have $500,000 from the county commissioners to purchase that land. So 1.2 million is needed from the member districts. We have 5 member districts, one of them being Littlestown. So our portion is approximately $181,320. So the question is, how would we pay for that? That would be come from that $700,000 fund balance we have assigned to ACTI, which I noted that would be specifically used for land and then transition into that debt service or any other needs that ACTI would have. So I only have a brief amount of information, so maybe Dr. Moyer or sure if you fill in if we have specific questions about this. Just to note that the resolution will show $2 million, but the purchase price was 1.7. That's just to cover, to make sure if there's any additional expenses that were unforeseen, to make sure they have enough. If they lock themselves at a 1.7 and something coming through, that would kind of break the deal. So that's a very typical thing. We did that when we did our bond, to make sure you cover all fees and expenses, any foreseen, to have wiggle room for that. So that was just a note. If there's any questions about that, that is a standard practice.
Land's already been purchased then?
It is,
Under contract.
yes. So it's not technically been physically purchased. There's a lot they have to get through legality wise and studies and whatnot they have to do. But essentially, yes, it's under contract.
I'm so confused because all the different meetings that we've had, there's been zero update really from ACTE. And all of a sudden now we have a land sale that we're purchased, the ACTE's purchased land. So how do we get from no updates to, oh, here we have land that we're purchasing?
I would like to address that. Since December, Sean Eckerdro has been sending out monthly briefs to every board member in the district of the 5 districts. Updates and emails, the resolutions were sent. Everybody has it in their inbox and can read it. So there are updates. And this purchase of land collectively from all 5 districts is money that's already been set aside. So there's not going to be any debt incurred in the land purchase. It's a cash price. It's a cash purchase. And it's my understanding that a lot of talk was done over the subject of once the land is purchased, then it opens up grant writing. It opens up where people can actually physically see something that's actually starting, which causes employers, companies, vendors to all be able to contribute. And there are people already putting money towards that effort. So, and that has all been put in those updates. If you go back and look at it. Conawago, great place over there, contributes every year. You can go on the ACTE website. You can look at their minutes. You can actually see contributions and what was said, what was. It's all out there
Contributions to what?
for you to look at. Huh?
Contributions to the buying of land?
To ACTE in their effort in promoting
It's not the
programs.
same thing as a land purchase.
But there is people participating in the program because the land purchase is going to be made. It prompts people to go move to the next step and money starts moving towards it. So, I mean, just consider their information is out there.
I haven't seen anything, and we've not gotten any updates from you at meetings.
I have said in past meetings, look at your email, look at the monthly updates. They're there. I've even read off of the meeting. Yeah, so, you know, so the money's already there. And ACTI hired a new director to replace Sean. And this gentleman comes from a background of building engineering, and he does a lot of grant writing through the state and through technical institutes across the Commonwealth where he was from. So we have somebody that's in there that's already trying to get it moving forward for us.
So once this land purchase is done, then they're gonna tell us like how big the program's gonna be, how much it's gonna cost to have a standalone building of like a maintenance department, a nurse, safety, all that stuff. They're gonna give us the whole picture, not just the programs they're gonna
I
add.
mean,
So we know what the true cost is to
So-
this.
when they started the building renovation over here for Littlestown, they started those conversations, 2016? Then they went through a 2 or 3 year period of developing it, putting it together. What is the needs? How do we take 3 buildings, go into 2? What's that look like? And it took time until how many years later before they started breaking ground?
Not talking about breaking ground. I'm
You're
talking about
talking about-
finding out,
You're talking about,
even preliminary costs. We knew what it was gonna be.
once you,
I'm just asking,
I'm just.
once you have the land, are you going to start doing these analyses?
that is
That's what I'm
the
asking.
That is the effort.
Okay.
You can.
I'm just wondering what the timeline is.
Part of the discussion around this, so obviously the land purchase is kind of the first domino in that effort. So we've always talked about, it was 2 years ago, a 1% increase to support ACTI debt service that's going to come through. That's going to be a conversation now, I think, with this budget conversation, now that the land is going to be somewhat in the near term. I believe it's like 6 to 9 months is kind of the estimated range. I'm not sure what the timeline looks like for the next, till the debt service comes through, but that's going to be in somewhat of a near term-ish range too. So that's going to be a somewhat conversation if we want to ramp this up again, another 1% in preemptive efforts, like some of the other member districts have, or if we want to, kind of do a wait and see approach. So I just want to make sure that that's a context that we're looking at when we're talking about real estate and taxes and any other options through the budget, that this is a realization it's going to come. I think now it's sooner rather than later with this first, with this land purchase. So this is just an update on that. And like I said, as a context into when we talk about budget discussion. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was understanding what the resolution is, kind of just what's behind the land purchase and whatnot. I figured you would have some knowledge of me on that.
Yeah, it's in contract and they have some preliminary, some traffic studies and different things that have to be done to make sure that, our commitment and obligation will actually go to fruition.
Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, interrupt you, but aren't we sitting at a estimate of 70 million, according to Sean? But you passed the land, I was reading.
There has been conversation 30, 60, and then it got back to, well, how do you come to that place of, Tom always says, you know what you know when you know it. So at this point in time, it's desperately needed. Tech schools we're in a prime place to be able to start funding and moving it forward, because the buildings and through the Commonwealth that took advantage back in the 70s when the tech schools and a lot of federal money was given. Well, that was 40 years ago. Now all those buildings are aging out, and now they're starting to look to retrofit those buildings. So it would probably behoove us to think about, if everybody's coming after all those dollars, let's get our project, put a lot of light on it. So we can really get what we need, and then you don't have to try to replace something aging and put a lot of money into it. And this can be all modernized. And to today's world, today's workforce, today's issue, not only for plumbers, electricians, HVAC, nursing, diesel mechanics. How about electric plants, or all the data centers they're talking about, closed loop water systems? Well, if you can train kids to work on that, man, they're going to be in incredible demand. So there's a lot of possibilities how to stack this thing and make it so you can grow it as you can afford it. But you got to start with the land.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We did this resolution in 2024, right? With ACTI and the other districts. We knew sooner or later they were going to find land. And here's my deal on it. Because I've been over there before with Sean. The problem is when you find land, you got to act quickly on it. Because if you don't, you won't get it. And I guess they found the parcel, so they got to act quick and get it and acquire it. But we all knew it was coming. We all knew because we did the original agreement in 2024. And we planned for it in 2024. We did the 1% tax increase. We knew it was coming. It's no surprise to me that this is happening because it's going to happen. But I would say for the students, because I've seen their building over there, it's needed. It's well needed because that building over there is very small. And we're turning away students all the time over there because we don't have room. So we already knew we were going to do this in I think it's 5 of the districts still, isn't it? Still doing it?
It's five.
I think one of them done. Yeah.
Upper Adams is
Upper
in
Adams.
a different career and technical.
And also the location of the property behooves York County students to come and buy seats. Because it puts us closer, and it also puts us in closer to a lot of industry over in Hanover, where they feel like now they can be participating and pulling their students through that way, which in the long run puts kids back into the community, brings families in the community, which indirectly feed our school systems and bring our enrollment.
So you're saying that this is also, like, this isn't just for Adams County students? So it's going to potentially push our students out?
No. You fill everything according to the requirements to the districts that participate in the process. And if there's room left over and nobody wants to fill that, you can market and bring other students in. If there's room.
But Adams County students would get
First, of course, it's the participating districts first.
Yeah, that would be how all of them are structured. It's always the participating member districts. If there would be a chance of a vacancy, right now it's highly unlikely. Career and technical institutes are just really popular and they have seats to fill. Most of the member districts would probably have a waiting list. So it would happen probably few and far between for a York County.
I'm sure hoping it would, especially if us 5 school districts are the ones building this. And here in Adams County, and our students need it. I would hope that if we have a student that can't do it or chooses not to, that it would go to another student either in our district or the Adams County, not York County.
And I would say 99.9% of the time that would happen, a one-off time, and they would be charged accordingly to pay into that since we are funding that program, since they have their own York County tech. So yes, I believe it's going to happen very infrequently that it's a possibility, but
I misspoke. What my main point was that there will be industry and businesses that are going to see the benefit because you're going to have a tech center. It's going to be close. That was my main
So
point.
graduation, we had a decent amount of students stand up that said they did ACTI this year. How many students do we have going to ACTI and how many have been turned away?
Good question.
This is Steve.
well, I'm sure you would have that. Looking at
Dr. Becker. No, it's been a nice question to know beforehand because we could have got that information for you.
My understanding is across Adams County, we're turning down about 150 kids a year that would like to get into ACTI.
Talking about us.
I understand, but we have a portion of that. I would just add, regardless of artificial intelligence and technology and where everything's going, I believe, and I think it's common sense, that we're always going to need plumbers, electricians, HVACs, mechanics, builders, nursing, et cetera.
Right.
I think Adams County compared to Cumberland and Franklin County, it's embarrassing that we don't have a more robust career in tech. Mr. Sullivan is spot on that, you know, we are turning down kids, and there's a real need for these types of kids with this type of education. And I do think the sins of our fathers and mothers that have put this off and delayed this for a long time, we're now at a point where it's going to be a little bit painful, and we are going to have to generate some revenue. And because we're a small county and one of our school districts is with Cumberland Perry, it's either all schools are all in, or if one school backs out or isn't fully committed, it's not going to happen. That's a fact.
I think everybody is pro ACTI. It would be nice to have a timeline and costs and program, at least.
But it's, as Mr. Sullivan said, the current building at Gettysburg is not sufficient. And I do think from all the conversations that I've heard from the superintendents and learning a little bit from the JOC and so on, we're going to start small and it's going to be status quo for a while. But as time goes on and we generate some more revenue and we generate hopefully some help from our friends in Harrisburg, maybe even DC, and companies like Conewaga Contractors and Kinsley, because there's a great need there, we're hopeful and optimistic, and I guess to some degree it's a leap of faith that things are going to happen to really make this a really nice school that we're all proud of. If you've ever been to Franklin County's trade school, and they're almost doubling it from what I understand. Same with Cumberland Perry and York School of Technology. I mean, they've really got it going. We've got some catching up to do, and it's going to be a little painful for a while.
Dr. Moyer, question on something you said about starting small and it being status quo for a while.
What's
Does
that?
that mean that we're going to be,
I think to keep the cost down initially, they're probably looking at the same programs, at least initially. And then I believe they're hoping to build on that. Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
That's kind of the direction they're thinking, is that they want to be able to build a facility that can be stacked and built and expanded in such a way in the design phase so that it is incorporated as the growth happens.
I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to spend millions and millions of dollars for the same programs we've got now.
Right.
It would be,
It's the same programs initially.
No.
I think you're twisting my words a little bit.
Oh,
But hopefully what will evolve, it's going to be up to 10, 14, maybe 17 programs eventually. It's not going to happen overnight.
our hope would be, because this was discussed a little bit back before you came on, when former superintendent was still here. And I don't know if there's any truth to the matter or not about Gettysburg wanting ACTI out of their building and all of that sort of thing. Well, my hope would be is that if they do start with a smaller building, is that Gettysburg would still host the programs that we have there, or host at least 7, and then we have more, but that depends on the program costs, to Jeannie's point. Because the biggest cost of this whole thing isn't going to be just going to be the building. It's going to be all of the staff and the addition. We're going to be doubling or more the operating expenses. So that's just the things we need to keep in mind, and we need to keep. I understand what you're saying, Steve. You got to take one step to start looking into the avenues. I just really hope that ACTI doesn't try to push, okay, we've got the land. Now this is how much everybody's raised taxes for your portion of the building, because that's not going to work for taxpayers in Littlestown.
so we'll look forward to updates on everything and an analysis and program addition.
Get them all.
Grants and
Not just.
Grants and
Read
companies.
I haven't. We need updates in person.
You can also come to the meetings as the alternate.
That's why we have.
You're our rep. We are expecting updates from you.
I'm saying, as an alternate, there's other districts that are bringing their alternates so that they are, if they have to, the regular attendee of the JOC cannot make it, The alternate can fit right in and roll right along with it.
Right, but that's why we have a representative in each district to go to ACTI and then bring back to the other board members the updates and the details. So we'll be looking forward to those. If I can just piggyback on the question, let's just say first, like I had earlier about the students in York County. Let's just say for some reason a York County school buys in one student. The next year, are they locked into that? Like that's their spot? Can they lose that?
I want to correct it. I misspoke. I was talking about meaning to say about businesses that would want to invest in the students in the program so they benefit when the students come back into the workforce. That was the intent of my thought. And, you know, it's Adams County first. That's my understanding.
I do want to answer that question though. So as a junior, if a student would go there and they're already enrolled in that program, they would see that spot through their senior year. But then the junior spot, if we have an incoming junior, it would go back to an Adams County student. So it doesn't remain a York County. That student would have the opportunity to obviously finish that program, their junior, senior year, but that's junior spot goes back to Adams County. I don't know if that was really your question.
That was, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for answering that.
Yeah.
You need action from us on this tonight, or?
This was informative. It's going to be an action on the June agenda to approve the resolution for ACTI to proceed with that land purchase. And as Dr. Moyer said, it's pretty much if one district doesn't approve that, that kind of stops the works.
I thought if two do, they're all committed.
I would have to verify the bylaws on that. I'm not sure on that, but we'll have to see.
I said, I've always heard that if 2 of the 5 say we want to do it, we all have to do it. It's not if one backs out, everybody.
I have to refer back to the bylaws.
Yeah, so I said, we'd have to look at those. We'll just jump into, so this is a budget. So this is a refresher for the board members who weren't part of FPS. You were part of FPS or attended. This is going to sound very familiar about what happened. This was what's provided in your packet. I actually bring those tonight. So if there's questions about what was in the packet, you had time to kind of review it. But what's on the screen is kind of what is the highlight of what's in the budget currently as we see today. So part of the FPS committee was to restructure how we go about assuming state revenue. So this year we have a 70% from the governor's education budget proposal. We elected to do 70% of that as a little more conservative. Generally, we do a hold harmless, which is a 0%. This year, we opted to do 70. 100% seemed a little too far, so that's what was decided. We also incorporated the growth at the Mayberry development here at the edge of town. They are estimated around 10 homes a year, so we try to pre-capture those 10 home growth a year snapshot early. That's kind of the revenue side. The eliminations or the cuts was the LPN position. We have here at the district, we had a maintenance contract we were looking to extend. It was originally 6 months, then it got down to 2 months, and then it was eliminated totally. So it's just the context on that. The same with the zero-turn mower. That was a request to add an additional zero-turn mower. That was cut out through discussions with FPS as well. Some of the additions that came in through discussion was an autism classroom. So that supports a 1 teacher and 2 TAs that'd be located here at Alloway Creek. We also talked about athletics, which is a high jump pit. We also have to talk about a uniform cycle. So I would come back to that. We'll come back to that in a little bit here. Some of the items we need to discuss here as a board, we're a collective board here, part of FPS, is real estate tax rate. So we have anywhere from 0% to a 4.5%, which is the Act 1 index that the board can go up to. The other part is a transportation route. So that was kind of I think a 50-50 split based off of FPS committee that went to the full board. There really wasn't a discussion if that was in or out of the budget. So we want to get a clarification if that's something moving forward or not. And then the athletic program. So we had some people come and speak about the lacrosse co-op. We've had some information about that and the girls wrestling from both an internal athletic standpoint and then obviously external students and community members who wish to see that program. So we need a follow-up on that if that's within the budget or out of the budget. So those are the 3 items we look to have at least a determination about what's making through for full discussion at the work session meeting on Monday. So as a collective committee, I would kind of say committee of the whole here, what those three is moving forward. We can discuss some of the items of eliminations and additions or any information that needs clarification, but that's kind of like the snapshot of the budget right now. So if you want to go down to the next one here. So here's what the financials look like with that snapshot. So there's a couple of things that's changed, some minor items that's changed. So obviously the budget's always moving till the last minute. So right now, the revenue with all those assumptions, it's a 0% tax increase because that's the last FBS committee recommendation was 0%, is 42.1 million. Expenditures 44.8, leaves us a deficit of just shy of 2.7. Current ending fund balance as of the 23-24 audit was at 3.3, leaving us 640, which is that 1.43%. So at the bottom is what's changed. So based off estimations that came from PDE, our federal revenue went down $10,000. That's the estimation that we're going to get $10,000 less through Title I, Title II, and Title IV next year. So that's a pre-capture of that movement going downwards. We also have a tentative quote for workman's comp that will be on the board to approve that. But right now that's looking like a $7,000 decrease from prior year. So that's a decrease in the budget there. Like I said, we'll talk about the uniform cycle here right after this. Like I said, 0% tax increase. It does include all the items we just discussed. So it does include the regular transportation. It does include $8,000 for a lacrosse co-op, and it does include $11,000 for girls wrestling. It's slightly above the later slides, which captures that just to make sure that we have enough in there if it's not quite accurate, if we have one extra kid or something. So it's a little bit extra in there. We can discuss that. So I'm going to just default quickly to Jeff on the uniform cycle, just give us a brief update on the uniform cycle nuances here. So I'll just briefly highlight it and we can talk about particulars here. So with the uniform cycle, what happens is to get those uniforms here in a timely fashion, those uniforms have to be ordered accordingly. So those uniforms were ordered and are part of the cycle. So the request of having that cycle removed is not feasible at this time. So like I said, I question.
Which was that?
It's estimated at $26,000. So that was one of the things, was to pause that for a year. That's not necessarily feasible due to the timing and the ordering process for this year. If we want to revisit that for next year, that is something that we could be revisit for the next budget. Just in this one, the way that worked out, it did not work out. So we wanted to address that with the committee and board here at the whole. Like I said,
Have been ordered? Or just
as I said, I would default to Jeff if you have particular questions on that, so you can answer them accurately. So
And Jeff, before you start there, I just want to add that Jeff, our athletic director, was following the uniform cycle that was established already. And again, as Mr. Schovaker said, to get those things here in a timely manner that they can be used and so on, they have to be ordered at a certain time. So the suggestion that we delay or we lengthen up that uniform recycling or purchasing schedule, as Tom said, we can incorporate that next year, but for this year, and again, no fault of anybody's, it's just the nature of the beast. You have to order them at that early if they're going to be ready to go. Jeff, did I misspeak there? Or?
No, that's absolutely correct.
Were they,
Just add a little go ahead.
when did, you're going to say when they were ordered and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
The uniforms were ordered in March this year. And when I spoke with the vendor and various ADs, it's not atypical for athletic directors to put in uniforms for the fall season, specifically both sports that were ordered for this year, the 26,000 that Mr. Schovaker talked about, are football and girls soccer, both fall sports. Both those the uniforms need to be ordered early. In fact, I went with BSN brand uniforms, off non-brand name. If you were to go with Nike or Adidas or Under Armour or something like that, the vendor needs February, because then they have to work with Nike and whomever to get those uniforms in on time. We went with BSN for various reasons, but those uniforms were ordered way back. And to Dr. Moyer's point, I was working under the assumption that the 25,000 is always there. because we put the cycle in place so that so that we don't have these valleys and hills. Every year, it's around $22,000 to $26,000 per year for uniforms on the cycle. If we get off the cycle, then we can go into, well, I'm standing here one year and I'm saying we need $40,000 for uniforms, and I'm standing here the next year saying we need 10,000. This levels the cycle for you guys, so that you could say every year we're going to have about this much money that we need for uniforms, which again is about the life cycle of a uniform. The reason the 5-year cycle, to my understanding, was put into place, and also talking with the vendors and other athletic directors, they're about 5-year cycles on those. Football specifically, we get those repaired also. Not only do we keep them, we have to send the uniforms back, which is part of the budget, to get stitched, to get repaired, because they get ripped and everything else as we go through the season. So.
Good question.
I do. I mean, there's.
So
we can do.
we have not purchased baseball and softball uniforms, correct?
Baseball and softball uniforms are purchased from the FY26 budget. The football and the girls soccer were projected already to be purchased out of the FY27 budget. This budget that I was under the assumption was going to just keep cycling in. Like, that money was always, through the board's lens, through the board's perspective, always just part of, lack of a better word, encumbered for uniforms. And we knew we were going to be on this cycle every year. So for example, next year, I want to say we're in like the 21-ish thousand range. Don't quote me, but I believe it's 3 teams next year. 3 teams that their uniforms aren't expensive as football. Football is obviously the most expensive uniform because of the durability, the quality, and the number of players we have also. Yeah.
Another question, I assume this question will go to you and not Tom, but I saw that we pay $9,000 for uniform cleanings.
That's what I'm talking about, where we send,
Stitching and
that's the stitching and sending it.
as cleanings, and I'm thinking we just purchased new washing dryers and.
That's probably the way it's coded in there, but that's what when we send them back to Rydell and they stitch them all up and they fix them all up, they do all the things they need to do. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is you, Tom, or if this is Jeff, back to the lacrosse.
We'll come back to the
Okay,
lacrosse is at the end.
Okay.
We'll come back to those.
you mentioned this, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so this right now is total overview, and then we'll go into the specific items that the board needs to discuss budgetary wise. We just want to address the uniform so that you're aware of that's back in the cycle of the budget. And then we'll talk about tax increase, regular transportation, lacrosse and girls wrestling as we go through some of these next slides. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no questions, I guess, more about the uniform cycle. We'll go through some of the wrestling.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
So this slide is what is some of the driving factors towards the budget. So see, all of these items are more or less out of the district's hands. The only one that we can control somewhat here is a contractual service and utility standpoint. We do use third parties to help market those utility side to get us the best rate, and contractor services. We do a lot of times do RFPs or get multiple quotes to get the best service. Otherwise, all those items are out of the district control. We don't, from an autism classroom, we need that based off of that way the IU is moving away from certain special needs classrooms, and a lot of districts are incorporating that back in. The same thing with their special ed rates. They're also overhauling how their rates are calculated, how much they're charging for those services. That impacts here at the district. We don't have control over that. Cyber school tuition was heavily talked about. We're still somewhat in that catch-up phase. The most recent, whatever act number it is, I remember 47, helped us some. So this is somewhat of anticipated that we won't have additional growth, that we can catch up with this last time and then just kind of follow those tickers forward, because we were still in that catch-up phase. We had a lot post-COVID. Now that helped us shrink some of those kids, bring them back, or shrink those costs based off of how that act funneled out. And then the last ACTI we saw, we heard from Sean, he has some increased services. additional allied health teacher and stuff that which obviously funnels to the district as a growth for that. So that's ACTI. So those are what's kind of hitting the budget the hardest this year. Obviously, we have contractual increases for salary and benefits, but these are the ones outside of those salary and benefit timeframes. So we're going to go to the next one. So this is kind of the first discussion. So right now we have a 0 to 4.5% tax increase that the board can go through. So I chose to do it at 1% increments. And what it shows is what the millage rate would be per that, what the estimated revenue would be at those tax increases, and the projected deficit if everything, excuse me, if everything such as the regular transportation route, the athletics and anything else stayed in the budget as is. So obviously if those change, that kind of changes the demand dynamic. At the bottom, you can see just a reminder what the deficit was projected at last year. Now we changed some of our budgeting practices this year, especially on a revenue standpoint. But the biggest highlight would be with some tax increase here, I believe 2% we would start seeing a decrease in that deficit. Now, like I said, that it's a small asterisk there. We changed how we budgeted and how we budget practice on that, but that's just a highlight note of beyond 2%, we're starting to reduce the deficit from where the budget was approved last year. So this is just the next 3 slides is all pertaining to tax increase. I want to get through the 3 and then we can discuss briefly about those. So Aaron, if you want to go to number 10 here. So this is a request to show based off a $300,000 home, which is somewhat of our average here. I think it's around 280, 290. So 300 with a round number there makes it a little easier. So what the tax increase would be per those 1% up to or 0 to 4.5, what the annual cost would be and what a monthly cost would be. Now, this is in lieu of homestead, farmstead. This is just a straight calculation. And that's what that would be. So you can see 1% would be $40.62 from their prior year tax bill addition, which equates to $3.38 per month. So that's just something the board can look at and we can talk about and discuss. The next slide is homestead, farmstead. So this is what it would look like per tax rate if it's selected, what a homeowner would have reduction on their tax bill. So if we look at last year, it's virtually the same. So it's no movement prior to last year. It's a couple cents here or there because the state gave us virtually the same amount of money. So there's no additional. You notice the last 2 years, we got additional money, which had additional decrease for qualified homeowners. This year, we don't have that. So those are the tax decreases for those tax rates.
If people know about the homestead, farmstead.
So generally, when they buy a new home, they get paperwork to do that. They have to elect to then fill out the paperwork and send it to the county. So the county,
in January.
yeah, so the county is in charge of that. Here at the district, we just inform them to go to the county website and where they can find it if somebody calls. But here at the district, we are not personally in charge of that. We did get the funds to divvy them out. All paperwork and qualification is done from a Adams County standpoint. We don't look at those applications. We aren't in charge of approving those. Approval and denials from county. They tell us who's approved. We then issue those tax bills and give those deductions accordingly. So there's a big formula how that works out based off of the pot of money we get in qualified homes and estimated value and go through that. So that's the tax increase. If we want to discuss that now, if we want to continue on with some other items and come back to this last, that's up to the board on how we want to do that. If we want to continue on and come back, or if we want to talk about it now.
Well, it's kind of interesting if you look at your monthly cost, depending on what increase or what tax, what percentage. I mean, don't go to the drive-through at McDonald's on a 2%. That would probably go to that, right? I mean, that's very helpful to see that at a monthly cost.
Do you remember what percent of our school district has homestead, farmstead?
I believe it's roughly around, it's either 70 or 80%. Yeah.
I thought it was.
I couldn't remember if it was 70 or 80.
Thanks.
It's either a percentage to or above or below. It's like right around that 7.
And the Homestead Farmstead Act, what is that usually? What do they usually come at? on the Homestead Farmstead Act, like last year, it was like 280 something.
Oh, no. So last year, if you go, so last year we got this same amount of money from the state and this virtually the same amount of approved homes. So any approved home is going to get virtually the same amount of tax deduction as last year. If you go to 2 years prior, so 24, 25, or sorry, 2 years prior to this, the state gave us more money. We can then divvy it out, which increased, and the year prior to that, we got more money. If you're going back even farther than that, it was pretty much status quo for a long time. And then the gambling money that they get from, that's where it comes from, gets divvied out to the school district. That's awarded by the state. We have no control over that. They just tell us the number and the qualified homes, and we have to run it through the formula to divvy that back out. So they've held it steady for a long time. The past 3 years, they give an increase. This is the first year they went back to a status quo of the prior year. So we've seen 3 increases and now none.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Unique. So if I correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, the boys got new uniforms. So that increased their cost this year. Next year, their cost would be decreased because we're paying for a new uniform cost. Next year, those uniforms would be in their cycle. They would be down to a normal operating cost. So just like if we had somebody would join our football program next year, we would charge them for uniforms. The year after that, we would not, since we didn't purchase new uniforms. So it's the same concept we would do here for anybody participating.
so you're saying, Tom, we have three girls that want to participate in the lacrosse co-op?
Say Jeff got that information and he had, I believe, 5 boys and 3 girls that were interested in that program. So yeah, Jeff, you can just sit there if you want and speak. It's up to you. You don't have to keep going up.
You should have put Jeff at the table tonight.
Yeah, he does have a lot of topics today, so I just.
Yes, that's presently where we're at. We're presently at 5 boys, 3 girls. As Mr. Showmaker said, those numbers could fluctuate depending upon when the word gets out. But again, lacrosse, as I believe I shared with you last time, is not typically a sport that you just pick up in your freshman year or even in your 8th grade year. There's some skills that need to be developed earlier on. for you to compete at the high school level. And if these students weren't competing in a rec program or a travel program someplace, the likelihood of those numbers dramatically going up are relatively low. Now, one or two, there's always that possibility, but I wouldn't expect a huge increase in those numbers.
You think we should take that?
I have a question. I know it was discussed about parents paying for this program. So what is the cost that the parents would incur? Is that still on the table? How does that work?
Dr. Moore, do you have more information on that for the pay to play option for lacrosse?
In regards to,
Lacrosse. So when it was discussed at the last meeting, whenever a lot of the students came and spoke that would like to play it, and a parent came in and spoke as well. And they actually said they would be willing to pay for it, at least the first year, and maybe, we could reevaluate, we just talked about to reevaluate in the years to come. So is that something that's gonna happen? Are parents gonna pay for this?
I think that's a board decision. I will tell you, I did investigate a little bit with our solicitor. As I sent you all a message today, that was one of the issues I had for Dave Walker. When it comes to Title IX issues, the balance of opportunity is the standard that we go by. The Title IX doesn't really address specifically who pays for that opportunity. So from a legal standpoint, we're probably on okay ground by having parents contribute or the families contribute. But he would also say that the optics of that aren't real good. Because let's look at girls wrestling, for example. If we have a male wrestling program and it's being subsidized by the school district, but the girls have to pay, the optics of that aren't real good. And if push would come to shove, that is something that could become an issue. But he said, in his opinion, at least the opportunity to balance things out, that he thought we were on okay grounds. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
That's for the wrestling. The lacrosse would be boys and girls.
Yeah,
On
yeah. So it's, again, who pays for that is not really addressed. He thinks you have discretion on that.
Well, and back to the wrestling, I know a head wrestling coach from another school district in Adams County. And what he shared is that when girls wrestling started in their districts, they just kind of umbrellaed the girls under the boys as well. Now, obviously getting them to their events and things like that. I think parents maybe took them. But to start that off, because they didn't have the staffing for girls and to actually see how well it was going to go, which in that district, that's a pretty big program right now, but they did umbrella the girls. They were able to come to practice with the boys. We have the locker rooms. So, and I believe there was like a gentleman here that was willing to coach the girls in that. So I don't know where that conversation, if that's changed any either, if that's something we can consider as well to maybe cut down some of the cost on that.
Mr. Alsakis, I will defer to you on that one.
I just want to clear up a misconception that if we go with just, as what Ms. Resler said about having the girls in there, the girls would only be able to compete with the boys. Because if you sent them, or if we collectively sent the girls to an individual tournament just for girls, those points would count against the boys' team because we haven't identified a girls' team per the PIAA. Every sport has X number of events you can participate in a season. Wrestling is 22. Boys basketball is 22. Football is 10. Baseball is 20. Every sport has a number. And if you don't identify a girls' program per the PIAA, then you would be confining the girls just to competing with boys. They would never be able to just compete in the girls' tournaments. Now, with that being said, I want you to know, being fully transparent with data, that presently 14 ish, maybe 15 of the 19 schools presently in the YAIAA, who I know we're converting to SCAC with some of the schools from Franklin and Cumberland coming on, have girls wrestling programs. Since they have girls wrestling programs, the opportunities for girls to wrestle in exhibition matches with the boys is dramatically less because those girls programs are wrestling against other girls programs. If you're with me. So now the question would come up, well, if I'm a girl, why am I practicing 5 days a week and why am I maintaining weight if I'm not going to get the competitions? Okay, so I just want to clear up because it gets weedy really quick with that,
Yeah.
but I just need you guys to understand.
So thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that. But it
Welcome.
sounds like that it would hurt our boys team as well.
If you, under it potentially could.
If the girls were
That's
umbrella
correct. If it-
with the boys, so they have to be separate entities.
That's correct. And yes.
And if it's separate entities, Title IX does not conflict.
Well, it shouldn't be. We're providing, as Dr. Moyer said, we're providing the opportunity.
Yeah.
He was saying the optics of the boys wrestling team being funded by the district, but the girls wrestling team being funded by parents is something the board would need to address.
Do we know for the girls, I flipped ahead to the next
Yeah,
slide.
Aaron, can you flip one more?
Is there a legal requirement that we have a paid coach?
There's not a legal requirement. So if we go,
We did since we do for the boys,
well, here's the thing. Again, working with and talking with a lot of ADs, I've done a lot of research to see how school districts have started up a girls wrestling program. And the issue with going with the volunteer coach, there's no legal reason we can't. The concern with that is that you have a lot of inexperienced girls taking on wrestling for the first time, and the opportunity and the chances of injury are much higher. Okay, I'm just giving you facts with the girls. So with a volunteer coach, if there's an injury, it's better to have a paid coach there if we have a girl get injured in wherever we're at. That's where that's at.
have we identified an individual that would be willing to coach the team?
I spoke with, this weekend, I spoke with Mr. Dell, when Mr. Dell was here, at the last board meeting or whenever it was. And he spoke and he said, there's a guy out there named Mike Anderson. I reached out to him. I spoke with him and he said he is willing to coach, and his daughter is going to be an 8th grader, in our, obviously at Littlestown. And, he's interested in being part of that program. Yeah.
Wondering if it's something that we've started and it's a new program at the lowest, like the coach stipend. The lowest dollar, I mean, that's almost $2,000.
So the coach,
$1,900 difference, so.
coaches is the same, basically same salary schedule as the teacher, so it's based upon their experience. So they would submit a resume and apply, and then Mr. Alsakis would verify that their experience matches, and they would be put on a step placement scale and that's kind of the range. So I can't speak to Mr. Anderson or anybody else, any other applicant that would have experience of where he would fall in that step placement. So if there's no experience, yes. If there's a lot of experience, he could be higher in the scale.
He has if it were to be Mr. Anderson, he has no coaching experience. And we presently don't have a girls coaching position on the supplemental pay scale. We have obviously a high school head coach, and that salary, I just pulled up the supplemental scale, is $31.68. A high school assistant wrestling coach is $21.24. And that's why I probably put the number in there about $2,100 to start with, like an assistant coach, build the program. The numbers are going to be probably most likely, when I shared with you guys last time, we had 14 girls show up for open mat up to 27 girls that expressed interest when we did the survey way back in February. So that's where that 2,100 came from.
There's definitely a commitment. I mean, I did open mat, but
I mean, I don't have anything, as I shared with Mr. Anderson, I said, nothing's been publicized as far as the job position because we don't have a program yet. So we can't put the cart in front of the horse. So verbally, I think he would be on board. Once, depending upon the way the board goes, and we publicize position, depending on how the board decides to move with that, we'll see. But I'm feeling confident that he would be good. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So then the last topic before we move on is transportation. So
If I could just be transparent for 1 second with the board, I wanted to share with you guys, just going back to uniforms for full transparency, because I misquoted a little bit there and I pulled up the uniform cycle. Next year's uniform cycle, so for the FY 28 budget, because we already did FY 27 with the football and the girls' uniform, we're looking at 27,000. It's one of the highest ones. And the reason for that is we have junior high basketball girls who will be needing uniforms, and they weren't even on the 5-year cycle when the 5-year cycle was started way back in 22, 23. So I couldn't even tell you the last time they got uniforms. Junior high cheerleading, junior high football. And you're probably like, why doesn't football just pass down? It's the size thing. The junior high kids are way too small. They wouldn't fit into the varsity equipment, the varsity uniforms. And then we have both wrestling programs up for uniforms. So I think I said about 21,000 when I looked. I just wanted to make sure that I was being fully transparent with you guys that it's around 27 for the FY 28 year.
The uniform cycle, why do we budget it that it's next year's budget, but we're buying it this year? Shouldn't we, if we're gonna buy them in the previous school year?
it's the timing.
Mr. Lovell, that was simply for timing because of the fall. So next year, for example,
I understand why we're buying them early, but what I'm saying is, shouldn't we start budgeting them in the prior school year?
We could flip that and order them early for the subsequent year. That would change how we handle the 5-year and restructure that. Typically, they've always been ordered ahead of time for the fall and with the upcoming year, because it's under the upcoming year's program. If we wanted to then order them in February, March and have them on hand, but they're not utilized, that's a whole different, it's not that we can't do it. We would just have to restructure our current model to fit that.
Well, it basically would be a matter of you put what they bought this year in this year's budget. Next year's budget, if it's the 27,000, that would be what's reflected in next year's budget.
Not being invoiced.
We can structure it that way. We would just have to go about it and make sure that all the sports are being captured in a 5-year time frame. It's just a different way to capture that. It's the same information, the same cost. It's just a slightly different way of timing of how we handle those invoices. We would have to get invoiced right after ordering before July, or we'd have to get invoiced after July. It's a slight difference on how we would handle all the factors and get those aligned with the vendors and everything. So it could be done. We just have to get that go ahead and we can start working that into the next year's budget and have that ready to go.
Thank you.
So the last topic I don't have a slide for is transportation. So we talked about transportation. I'll go back to some of my notes on that. So we talked about when transportation, we had a special ed routing, we had non-pub routing. Those are required based off of how the state funding works for those. So those aren't a topic, I guess, tonight. The biggest topic is the regular ed transportation route. That was a request from the transportation department. Mrs. Mace is in the back there, so we have questions we can ask her. It was basically to help mitigate the number of kids on buses. So the FPS committee got a handout and showed what those tentative kids are on those routes, what the new route would look like. We talked about costs. We talked about it. I mean, it limits the ride time, it limits the discipline issues, and helps with the routing. So there's specific questions. Like I said, Mrs. Mace is here, so we can answer those questions. She can answer those directly. So we just want to make sure if that's in or out.
You said that's $200,000 to add the.
So the regular transportation route is 68.4.
That's right. That's right. It was other stuff in there.
The special ed, the non-pubs, and the contractual increase with Christ, that led to the additional of the 200,000, 68.4 is the regular ed route. So total was 268.4 of the 200 is regular transportation. Just want to context that. Aaron, you want to pull back up on the screen, the budget snapshot for me? I think it's slide 7 has the cost there at the bottom. So 68.4, if you can, might be over here, you can see over here better. Right in the middle at the bottom there.
Okay, does anybody have any thoughts on this?
Mrs. Mace, because
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to, since I wasn't here at the last meeting, and just provided a narrative. Just to reiterate, my concern is the safety of our students and the safety of our drivers. We have 3 buses that are getting very, very tight in our elementary. We have some room that we could move around our high school, middle school as well, because they're bigger kids. The elementary is my biggest concern, particularly with our in-town route. We have, well, it's not an in-town route. It goes everywhere. It's not specifically in town, but it has a very large stop. We have students that are sitting 3 to a seat. Okay, our bus seats are manufactured to be compartmentalized so that each student's 3 to a seat for elementary are safe if they're within the confines of those seats. Okay, we've got students because this rule, the rule of thumb, 3 to a seat, was created back in 1939. Okay, when our children were a lot smaller, okay, we could fit 3 to a seat. I know both of my boys are not small kids, not from the time they were born all the way up to now. They're large kids. My niece, very tiny. She and her friends absolutely get 3 to a seat. No problem. But that's not the rule of thumb anymore. We can't squeeze kids in because then they're hanging out. If the bus has to stop immediately, that student on the end is going to go flying out in the aisle. We have an injury. Okay. That is my biggest concern, is trying to eliminate the capacity level on 3 of our buses that are very, very tight right now. So that was the reason why I wanted to add another bus. Now, back when I took over the director's position, I did an analysis and found that I could consolidate, and I dropped 2 buses. Okay, got rid of the COVID bus that we had during 2020 when we had to create that in town. So I dropped 3 buses, and we're now finding that we need to add another bus back into our routes, just for the safety side of things. When you have overcrowding, you have overcrowded attitudes too, which causes bullying on our buses. And we have a lot of that. We have it in the schools. We have it intensified. We've got the equivalent of 3 classrooms in a 40-foot bus with a driver who's supposed to be paying attention to the road. We've got distracted drivers out there that are not paying attention to the lights or the stop sign that comes out on our buses. Okay. I've actually had people call me and say, I didn't see it. Oh yeah, and it's a big yellow bus with flashing lights and you don't see this. This is my concern, because my drivers are supposed to be watching where they are. And then when they're unloading the students, they're supposed to keep an eye on the students as they're crossing. And then you've got chaos going on behind them. This is what I'm trying to eliminate, is make it less stressful for the driver. He's got enough issues to worry about, and just making it safer for our students and our drivers. So that was my reasoning behind asking for another route to be added to our current runs.
Laura, on these tight buses, what approximately, what is our numbers there?
We have,
When everybody's attending?
we have buses that are anywhere from 50 to 66 kids on a bus. Okay, and like I said,
And full capacity is right around.
well, again, 72 is what you can have 3 to a seat, 24 seats. But realistically, that's not happening.
Or correct me if I'm wrong. Did we, in the past, because I think I may recollect this, did we come back and say we wanted to start busing the in-town students again to cut down on the parent pickup and drop off? Did we? So we've always done it.
Always, yeah. Once we started that, because we had 97 as a hazardous route. So we can't allow, we have to have busing for the students in our area.
These houses, we have to provide transportation so kids can,
Mhm.
if they're within is it a mile?
Mhm.
So mile, I believe mile one way is walking distance. If they're in walking distance, you don't have to provide transportation unless it's a hazardous route.
Correct. That's why we don't have the crossing guard on 97 anymore.
Because we have the buses now.
Be out there for you.
Yeah, right. And the problem with that is, because of the crowding, a lot of parents, kids are saying, especially in town here, the kids don't want to ride the bus. Okay, because it's so crowded, because it's so loud, because it's so, whatever the issue is. So we have more kids walking, which essentially is dangerous. I mean, we all know what happened in the winter, at our crosswalk, and that's protected. Kids crossing over here from the library, from Royal Farms, from those neighborhoods coming into school are at risk because of the 18-wheelers coming through, people distracted driving. So to try and eliminate that too, if we have that other bus that helps reduce the number of students on our buses right now would be helpful.
You said that there was a bus with a big stop. Is that stop at the end of their?
No, it's at the very beginning. So when they are leaving school, that's the first stop. It's right past the lake. Town, did I just?
They go home.
Sorry. And so yeah. Pick up those students, and that's right. In those 3 minutes, and it's chaotic. I know Mr. Kokenaar and I have had several conversations about, yes, it's a 3-minute ride, but this is what has happened, so.
Is there a way to change the route to make him, so it's the
That's
last
the
stop
best
to get to
configuration.
school and the first stop at the end of the day
Yeah.
to drop them off.
Yeah, so it's 3 minutes at the beginning of the day and 3 minutes at the end of the day.
So what's happening with disciplinary things then under like?
They get written up.
That happen?
We exactly, yes. So we follow our procedures. I changed that to, I made the first write up be a direct contact with the parent because I was hearing, well, I had no idea my child. So now, the second write up, third, anything consequence, after that goes into Sapphire, and then, the assistant principal will get notified of the incident, and then action will be taken, whether it's, talking to the student, having a conference, detentions.
Causing distractions to the driver, perhaps maybe the parent should be taking them to school.
I agree, but it's not always
Safe.
right. But then we have the situations where students need to be in school because of, whatever their situation is educationally, they need to be in school. So, no, I agree as far as consequences and stuff, but it's not an ideal world. It's not an ideal situation.
If, there's truancy, if kids aren't in school, I know that there are schools that this isn't, something you want to make a practice and put it out there, but if the kids aren't in school, then the guidance counselor goes to the home and picks up the student and brings them to school. Or you get CYS involved.
Never heard.
I mean, I'm sure you've considered those things and looked at.
Well, I've done that before. I've had situations where students they've missed the bus for the umpteenth time, and I get called and say, can you please run and get this? Yeah, I do. I go and get those kids. That's not a discipline issue. That's just they've missed the bus or, out of habit or by accident. I've had to do that, and it's not a problem, but.
That's one thing in your day that you don't.
Oh, yeah.
Do, yeah.
But fortunately, we have, we're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
So
We're big.
mentioned that sometimes, depending on the season, some kids get frustrated with the amount of kids on the bus and they revert to parents bringing them to school. Is that 2%, 5%, 10%? What is that? Is that just ebb and flow? Is there
It
any,
is. It just depends. I mean,
is there any data that shows, because, I know there's a responsibility when so many kids, they have to get in, they're required to be able to, just for accountability. And, thought, was there any kind of,
No, because I don't always know the reasons why a parent withdraws, takes their students off of our buses. I just get a form saying they're changing it. They want to be a walker. They want them to be a parent pickup. I don't ask the why. That's the parent's prerogative to either use our service or not use our service.
how many of those requests are done in a school year?
Ugh. I would say about 30 to 50, depending on the seasons. I mean, during fall, we have sports, and spring, we have sports. We won't see a lot of those kids because parents are having to pick them up after school. But I see it more at the elementary level.
Of people pulling their kids.
Correct. Yeah.
So if there's a number of kids that are doing that, and it seems like it's kind of frequent, maybe not in the number, but so wouldn't that bring some sort of relief to the?
Nope, because we constantly have people moving into our district, in and out, they're in and out. Especially in our in-town areas, because we have a lot of rentals, a lot of homes that are rented, a lot of apartments, a lot of double occupancies that are happening. So I think I probably had in total maybe 4 weeks where I didn't get new enrollments this year across the board. So I'm either putting them on at the elementary level or the high school, middle school level. It's constant. It doesn't ever slow down. We're constantly adding students to our routes.
So you have more problems with the elementary students?
Yeah, they're younger. You've got, our kindergarten or first grade, they're just learning about riding a bus. They're learning the rules, they're adjusting. Then you've got your older students who, hey, they've been all around the block for a while. They're, they think they're the big stuff or whatever. It's just normal behavior of kids. But yeah, it's, as the kids get older and they understand the rules and they understand the process, they understand the consequences, they tend to calm down. And it's less frequent on the middle school and the high school.
Laura, on a scale of 1 to 10 on a safety issue, what would you put that number?
I would put it pretty high. That's my biggest concern, is that there's going to be an accident. There's going to be someone getting hurt because my driver's concentrating back here behind him. And, students, instead of watching where they are going and what they are doing, he's trying to, maintain the wrestling that's going on behind him, or the fights that are happening, or the arguments, or the screaming, or the yelling, and it's constant. It's a very stressful job driving a bus.
Have the bus drivers or Christ requested this at all?
I've had lots of requests, actually. Yeah, a couple of them have listened to the meetings, and yeah, they are amazed that it's even something that we're questioning. Because it is a safety issue.
It's also a big cost expense, and that's why I'm asking about like behaviors, like, expelling students. That when kids act up in school, they're expelled, so they need to be expelled from the bus.
Well, we do that. We do have situations where we suspend students off the bus.
And what's like the disciplinary process of bad behaviors on the bus? Who does it go to? Does that go to the building principals?
To the assistant principals generally. Because they're the ones that handle the discipline.
David, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a progressive system where it starts out with probably for level 1 offenses, you have a fight or a major disruption, you're off right away. But generally, it's a progressive system where there might be some after-school detention after a discussion with them and a warning, call home the parents, and then eventually a bus suspension for a period of time. But I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, we try to do the instructional piece, get kids to understand what the behaviors are and the expectations. And then we work through them, which may include lunch tensions or suspensions. I mean, anything in between there. If we look at the number of kiddos who those conversations work with, it's a high percentage. So once those kids learn what the expectations are and learn how to you arrive buses appropriately, it does make a difference. So we just need to, some of those kiddos revisit those expectations and conversations and then add the consequences on when needed, but it is a progressive plan.
Dave, have you seen a major uptick in elementary student discipline on the bus?
Sorry.
Have you seen a major uptick in the elementary student discipline?
It's pretty consistent.
On the bus?
I mean, like I said, those normal behaviors that we see there.
No matter how many buses.
Again, I don't know off the top of my head about ages of when we see those behaviors, but like you said, the younger kiddos are in fact just learning how to ride the bus. We have to have the specific discussions, instructional opportunities for those kiddos to learn how to do that, and we work with those kids when we need to, and have those specific, like I said, instructional moments, opportunities for those kiddos.
The thoughts? Thanks, Laura. Thank you.
So just, that was a full of my presentation. Obviously, we had the packet. There's specific questions within the packet. We can address those either for myself or the administration team can address those. If there's any other questions we have about what's in and out of the budget, we can address those at the time. The last thing I want to circle back to are the 4 items we talked about what we need to discuss, which would be the tax rate, the athletic programs, transportation. Those are the things we want to get a consensus from. What, if there's one option, if there's 2 options that need to be discussed again further Monday night to then be voted on in June. So we do have an obligation to have a board approved budget at June. I'd like to at least get no more than 2 options. Ideally, it would be one that we can then have a further discussion, if there's further discussion, to then be voted on and officially approved at the June 22nd meeting. Like I said, I'll open up for any questions for the admin team on their specific budgets or what's in the budget packet. We can go through that. That had additional information. That's why I asked you to bring it tonight. If you do have questions on it, had time to review, anything stuck out, we can address that tonight.
Mr. Chauvin? So I have 2 questions for our transportation department. One is when we have the kindergarten kids come and do like a kindergarten orientation, do we have a bus available so that they can
Yep.
load it, practice loading and unloading?
Yeah, we do. We take them around town, give them,
We take them on a little ride.
we do, we take them on a little run. We have the driver driving and then we have someone going over bus rules. Not all of them, but the important ones. You stay in your seat, your hands to yourself, you speak low. So, yeah, we go through all of that.
We give a copy of those rules to their parents?
Well, we tell them that they can get a copy of the rules, although this year I am going to print a copy for them.
Yeah, we might need to change that practice and give them a hand printed copy.
And actually, this year between 2, we did one last year as well. They have the little pre-K kind of program that they have. We're gonna have a bus there as well.
That'd be great.
last year. So they have 2 opportunities to hear the bus rules and go over what's expected from to the parents and of the students.
Okay, and then God bless you. I actually have another question. I'm sorry. You gave us 2 different numbers here, 50 to 66 kids on a bus, and then you said 72 if we're going with 3 to a seat, right?
Correct. 72 is the max capacity that you can have
For elementary.
for element, right? Yeah.
Well, I
Get older.
don't want to challenge you to put 72 high school kids on a bus.
Exactly.
Okay, so the 50 to 66, is that more middle school, high school?
No, that's
That's also elementary?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of little we've got students, some of them that we can get 3 to a seat, but there are some situations where they're not. We can get 2 to a seat for our elementary kids just because of, our statures have grown as a society since 1939.
Okay,
So wait, are you saying 1 is the capacity maximum and 1 is where we currently are?
yes,
Okay,
that's what I'm getting to.
right.
So the 3 routes that you spoke about working on or have a challenge with. And we're just asking this question now, so if you don't know, it's okay. It's okay.
Hand out for that.
Yeah, I got it, but,
Do you have
but the
that?
3 routes, how many kids are on those 3 buses?
I don't have that.
And while they're looking at that, for back to school night, and I'm just gonna put this out there, so you might not know the answer, and it's okay. But on back to school night, specifically for elementary, do we also hand out the rules, or do we have a copy of those bus rules in the student handbook, elementary student handbook, or anything like that?
It used to be in the hand.
Yeah, it's part of the process that teachers feel for back to school night.
They have a little bit of information that they share with parents that.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Sure.
Pieces that would happen throughout the school year, too, like in the mornings, we have a pilot program where there's different topics or things that go throughout the year that we're now addressing, or we're seeing an uptake on some buses. We turn that into something that we begin to speak to the students about. We share what we call at the teacher level to building level. I think the other thing to keep in mind about the elementary, not to overstep here, Laura, but you have to keep in mind the elementary is the largest building. We're talking about 6th grade levels. So we're not talking about high school kids that drive. Okay, older kids that walk, majority of our kids. So it's around 750 students, K to 6, and the majority of those kids are participating in our transportation. We do have a percentage that are walkers. Parents are really waiting for them. I don't know how many children are walking by themselves. But we have parents that are waiting in the grass to get them, and then we have parents that come in and actually get their kids in the gymnasium. And then the remaining, we have 2 waves of buses that go out for our dismissal procedure. So again, when you think of K to 5, that is 6th grade levels of students, 750 kids total in the county that are participating some way or form, and a lot of them are bus riders. Has some capacity in their elementary experience, not all, but a good percentage of that.
Do we thank you for that information, by the way, thank you, and thank you as well. Do we hand them, the parents, a copy of, like, for the student handbooks? Do we print those out and give those to parents at back to school night, or whatever the occasion is?
Most of those things have been digital, just like majority of things in society, to cut down on paper costs, those type of things to save money. We try to put as many things digitally as we can together, and then we share and give access to that to the parents.
They have to acknowledge that they read it.
And
even
then-
digitally.
That's what I was looking for. So do they sign something saying that they have a copy, or they will get a copy, or they'll read it?
They read it and understand.
Okay.
I would add though, and again, not to overstep into a department, that's not my business, but although it's little kids learning bus rules, I don't think the issue here is lack of understanding bus rules. When you've got 3 6-year-olds together in seats and are not directly supervised, they start coping and they know that how they're supposed to act, but things just get escalated when you've got so many kids rammed on top of each other. In addition to what Laura said about maybe them hanging out into the seat. So it's not that they don't know that it's gone for it's that when they're on top of each other and they're so young, unable to regulate themselves, executive function, and understand, I need to just ignore him, he's poking me, and now we've got to fight on a bus because they can't get space from each other. I think that is more of the concern than understanding and knowing technology.
So what started out, thank you, by the way, what started out a couple meetings back when this came to us as a budget issue, I thought it was really going to be a concern in regards to number of kids on a bus, et cetera, like that. But we do have one that hits the 70 mark, 70 students on one bus. But what I'm hearing more so than the numbers, and please correct me if I'm not hearing this right, but what I'm hearing is that we might start to have a problem here with possibly some behavioral issues. But right now, I guess there's no way for accountability. Like, the best way to handle this may be to start some accountability. I mean,
Well,
you gotta learn young.
accountability, the challenge is you have to, I don't know how many was actually rode a bus like as a kid growing up. But in that experience of being on the bus, there's only one adult there.
Right,
And now you've got 70 kids
right.
that someone is supposed to be managing. And someone, sort of, we talk about unstructured time.
Mhm.
Okay, so the challenge becomes is when you put that many groups of people together at such a young age, to Dave's point, like we're trying to teach them as kindergartners, we're trying to teach them as first graders, and to Courtney's point, now when you put three of them together, and now that's bus is full and there's a driver trying to drive the bus, it creates a very difficult, I mean, we've all seen the videos of what happens on a bus over time, and those challenges that come with that. Whereas, give you an example, if there was a teacher sitting on that bus, so the driver could drive and the teacher was monitoring, like their field trips, for example, those issues are not happening, those challenges are not happening. The structures, for how many kids are in the seat and how full the bus is, they don't happen because we have a structured system. We have personnel that are supporting that system. Right now, we're trying to work in a structured situation of the school bus. The driver trying to concentrate and focus on driving tasks. And for efficiency and cost, we're trying to get as many kids on the bus as we possibly can. And we have a couple of error runs that are pretty high number. We just have to make that decision on how do we balance that out a little bit. It is tough because there's no easy answer to that.
Has a thought been put into about, because I'm, the cost is just out of this world and we're already gonna have to make cuts. So would it be beneficial to hire an aide or somebody for those bus routes, morning and afternoon, that be a more cost-effective way to handle this situation? So there's somebody on the bus with that, only that bus, it seems like that's the only bus that seems to be a problem. That might be more cost efficient at this time to see if that works. And then I know that adds another body on the bus, but at least it would be an adult on the bus to basically watch the behaviors. And then it can be reevaluated later. I think that may be possibly a more cost-effective way to handle it. With still addressing the situation.
Isn't an uptick in behavior problems.
What's that?
There isn't an uptick in behavior problems.
Well, I thought that's what they were saying, like when they were talking and said that leads to behaviors and then the driver is distracted. I mean, I know that can happen for sure. But on this particular bus, is that actually happening? And if it is, that's when I'm asking, like, should we look at some other cost-effective ways to help the situation? So there's no behavioral issues. I misunderstood.
I had up earlier if there was a
Okay, then.
increase.
So there's no behavioral issues. Okay,
No, there's not an uptick.
okay. All right.
Now, is this bus the one that has, they get in the last 3 minutes and get out first 3 minutes?
We've got 3 buses that are pretty tight. Okay, so I want to at least get some students off those buses into this new route. Okay, the one particular bus that is in town that has the chaos is the one that is the freeze prize. But you would think there wouldn't be that much going on in that 3 minutes, but there is. It's chaos.
So we have 3 buses.
Yeah, so I have.
What if we had 3 aides that could? No?
Then would you're starting to creep up on the same cost as it would to be a route, like they're gonna start incurring the same amount of cost.
An AT monitor on that bus.
They have different kids.
$50 an hour, same as this year. Granted, I would need probably morning on all 3, probably just the one. But the afternoons, they're talking for a monitor, not an aide from the school. I don't know what that would be, probably overtime at that point. It's $15 an hour, $15 to $16 an hour to help monitor those.
You start adding one to all the buses.
Well, I was wondering if when it becomes problematic on a particular bus, on a particular route, that there could be maybe an aide or not, or, somebody, just an adult. I don't know how that would look like, but I'm just trying, 200,000 or, you know,
68.
trying to figure.
For 6 minutes. It's the two, yeah, that price for 6 minutes, basically. $200,000, the bus.
It's $68,400 for the regular route. The 200,000 was the totality of special needs, non-pubs, rate increases that are contractually obligated. Of that 200,000, 68.4 was the request for regular transportation route. And yes, it was mainly to break up those numbers to mitigate the disciplinary that is happening, so there's even less, and to help those routes from a safety
Essentially.
standpoint. So that's kind of what the reason of the request was. And that's what the board needs to decide, if that's something they're willing to add to the budget to address those concerns, or if that's something Laura and I have to work through from a different angle under our current circumstances. That kind of frames how the discussion was.
So what would that look like if we don't fund it? What would you do?
That's something we would have to work out over the summer. So I can't answer that today. We would work with Joey and Dave and Laura and I. We would sit and see if we can structure something slightly different or handle it in a slightly different fashion to address our concerns. If they don't work, we would come right back to the board and say, hey, what did we try? Did not work. Right now, what we think is the easiest pathway to work is to just have less kids on those buses and have a route.
So you're looking at $16 an hour times 4 buses, times 2 hours a day for 180 days. You're looking at 23,000 total cost.
Well, you're at 4 hours a day.
So you're gonna double that, so it'd be 46.
Why is it 4 hours a day?
That's generally what the bus route tends to be, and they ride from the beginning to the end. So they have to be there for the pre-check, they have to be there for the post-check. Make sure all the kids are on and off. They ride the whole
Bus
time.
driver's job.
Well, they would have to pick them up mid-route, they have to be there for the whole time. But it's generally what we always estimate is 4 hours for a route. That's usually what typical route. Some are 4.5, some are a little 3.5, but the average is around 4 hours till they both morning and afternoon routing. So yes, we can try the 8. I think we were trying to go out with having less people on the bus rather than an additional person on the bus, but that's something we can explore if that's what the board is willing to look into.
I think I'm probably not the only one that's confused. I'm trying to understand this because I feel like we've gone from behaviors to crowding, that they could be crowded, there might be behaviors. But in talking with Mr. Kokenauer, there isn't really an uptick in behavior. So I'm confused and feel like I just need more clarification.
Is that your figure for 3 town buses or without?
Or 16. Your figure.
All dangerous situations that we're trying to proactively prevent. There is a steady stream of bus referrals. The question is, have we noticed an uptick?
Did you do it for just?
Same amount of bus issues, they're compounded by the fact there are so many kids in bus.
So if we could maybe get an aide in there to watch some of those behaviors, that would be a lot cheaper than doing another bus route.
I don't know if it would be.
Yeah.
It depends on.
Wouldn't it be cheaper?
It depends on.
But that's something that you guys could go and look at and maybe bring back to the board
We could
as a whole to see.
So we could go through a Christ transportation route through a monitor and look at what their skill set and scope of work is and what service they would provide. And, or if we had a district employee and aide, either current employee or a brand new employee, what that cost was and what their job duties would look like. They would kind of be a twofold. We'd go from a Christ transportation because they can provide us monitors at a $15, $16 an hour rate. Or we could go with an internal candidate and we would look at those nuances. If that's and what the board's entertaining in lieu.
PTO volunteers.
Mr.
Random to Kokenauer for a day.
To recruit some volunteers of parents of students who I had to have conversations with. Well, y'all need to get monitors. I'm like, well, you know what, you as a volunteer could always come in for, the hour that it takes to ride the bus. No one wants to do that.
So then.
No one wants to be a bus driver. No one wants to be a monitor on a bus because it can be crazy.
We have cafeteria monitors, right? Maybe those people would be interested in the beginning of the day.
So we would have to, yeah.
We don't have cafeteria aides at ACES?
Yeah, so we do. Yeah, so.
Talking about elementary.
Caveat would be if they would trigger over hours, then they fall into a full-time benefit area and they would be subsequent to benefits. Right now, they're under part-time, so they don't receive benefits. So if they would ride 4 hours plus be 2 or 3 hours, that would trigger a full-time and they would be a full-time employee at that point. We had those in the past. We used to have bus monitors and cafeteria monitors. We have then not done that to then go into that leverage of being able to do part-time and utilize those not attach benefits to this full-time employee. So we can, but then it triggers a cascade of that. So I said we had to kind of vet those out.
We got to explore the options.
So that's just, instead of adding an employee to our payroll, this was and Christ Transportation. So I'll just say another reason we did this is if the route in 3 years is saying the kids contract, we can remove that route just as easy as the board can add it. So if we add an employee, or the monitor would be the same way if we look at a monitor, but an employee is different nuance on how that happens. So that's another reason why we're pushing to a contractual standpoint with Christ. But then the board can then just say, we no longer need it. Next year, we say it
So you
didn't work.
turn it off quicker.
Correct.
Okay.
So that would be a preference to go through a contractor route rather than a regular employee route.
So if I'm understanding everybody, we're thinking of having you guys come back with some more options. Just give us some.
We will look at what a monitor costs from a Christ standpoint and what an aide would cost from a district
So we
standpoint.
can,
And we'll have all three options, and that can be part of that discussion Monday about what's in and out. So that's one for transportation. I guess we want to go through lacrosse and girls wrestling. If I didn't.
Janelle has another comment.
I just, maybe just a thought. My guess is you have somebody on the bus that has authority and is not gonna tolerate the behaviors. In a few months, that should be nixed. So I'm thinking perhaps maybe that, I don't know, they need to be a full-time employee to go through all the benefits and everything, but
I'm just saying is that we're using an existing employee such as the cafeteria monitor that was mentioned. If they ride the bus in the morning and the afternoon, they would be subsequent to benefits based off of the amount of hours they work by the Federal Standards Labor Act. So that's something we have to follow and we have to do. So yes, if they trigger a certain amount of hours per week, which they would in this case, if we use a cafeteria monitor, we would then have to give them benefits, which was a significant additional cost.
what does everybody, I don't want it to go based on my thoughts. I mean, I like to hear what everybody else might have to say on that. I mean,
So you were thinking that after a couple months, kids would learn to act right and we wouldn't need the person on the bus anymore. Is that what you were originally saying?
yeah, like, and if they're not gonna act appropriately, then they don't get to come in and transportation provided for them. There has to be some accountability here.
that kicks in that your stage of disciplinary and all and what you do and, I mean. how does-
When it comes to it.
Within that,
Driver.
Just pure opinion, not being an elementary person, don't know, I try not to ever confuse that providing a consequence removes behaviors in the future necessarily.
Not always.
No, I'm just saying in general. And you are dealing with this case with young children, so I don't think we want to be in the practice, in my opinion, just mine, not in the elementary school, of a long-term removing children from the bus as their punishment for misbehavior because they struggle with executive function as a 6-year-old. So I think that's just something to keep in mind. Like I do agree that it helps if you have somebody there, but correcting the child, you might be correcting that depending on the child. You could be correcting them every day on the same behavior for weeks and beyond. Just in my experience, just one perspective.
He's off the bus.
so we'll look at some of these options and.
Yep, so I have-
revisit it. Okay.
I have to look at aides and or monitors on those buses, see what those costs are. Bring them back Monday, or I might even send them out if we get them quickly enough. I'll send them out to the board as a follow-up before Monday night. I don't know how quickly we can gather that here Tuesday to Thursday.
I think we can also get the exact timing of the bus route. So, or is it the person an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the afternoon, or is it, so we can get some exact timing to get some pricing on that too, when we look at KT or having one of our own TAs. I think that really helps because we're using ballpark numbers of 4 hours, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. it might be 3.5. So just trying to narrow down that number to get just a final.
We'll gather all that data,
Yeah.
I'll try to shoot before Thursday, send it out to the full board. If not, I'll update them Monday night as part of the budget discussion.
And just to be clear, sum this up. This is not an issue on the bus where we're overcrowded to the point where we have to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. This is a preemptive to address those concerns we're seeing on the buses.
Okay.
It's not a requirement, it's just a.
So we're not at the maximum and we have, you know,
Correct.
Two buses that are very close.
okay, so you have two. And when you say capacity, do you mean 72 or do you mean 55 to 60?
We're talking elementary, like I said,
50.
there's
I
no
was gonna say,
way to tell you exactly, because depending on the size of the truck, whether they can.
Right.
reach the speed.
So it's like fitting so much.
so here's one with seven.
Okay,
70 kids, 67 kids. So
Yes,
these blue
you're
ones
close.
are the ones that are high that we would target.
Bus.
Okay.
Particularly, there's ones that are completely extra targeted, but
This is how many.
this is what I provided the FPS committee. I just don't have.
Yeah, can I get one of these? Send to me.
I can send this out. Laura and I worked on this and had those capacities. So like, here's an estimated capacity and what the new routes would look like. This is actually Mrs. Ewan's copy, so I don't want to take it from her because.
No.
We just recently.
Wanna look at it?
when you
Yeah,
send
yeah,
it
I'll
out.
get it. I'm just gonna resend it. Yep.
Yeah, true.
So the next topic would be, we'll go through the athletics. So I believe unless there's a different option on the table would be to address the co-op, the cross co-op, but make it a pay to play by parents. Just want to see if there was a different option on the table on that. Boys and girls co-op for lacrosse. The district would agree to that, but make it a pay to play for parents to pay for those costs.
I think the parents are willing.
For the first year.
That's up to the district to decide for the length of time. A co-op is generally 2 years in length. So we have to do a minimum of 2, whether they want parents to pay for the first year and the second year the district pays. That's up to the board to decide. So we would look, that would be 100% of the cost, and that would work out with whatever the per pupil cost would be with Gettysburg. So that's what the parents would have to, I mean.
I know there's parents that made public comment. They said they would be willing to invest the first year.
But being willing to reevaluate the second year.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, that's what I heard. I didn't hear anybody else bring up a different, so that I'll show it within the budget because the district does have to, I won't show it in the budget. We'll just know it's going ahead. Because we'll pay for it up front and then collect that money from the parents afterwards, because Gettysburg will bill the district. The district will then bill the parents and request those funds back. So we'll get their information through all the signups and everything, and do that back. If that's, I just need a
We'll get something that says that they know that they have to pay though, right?
Yeah, so that'll be all part of the startup costs with talking to those student athletes.
Just doing what's
We get their personal information to send the invoices home.
One.
Know that knowledge ahead, there's a cost.
Can I ask you a question? If they're gonna pay the upfront cost, do they have to turn those uniforms in? I mean, that's something you have to do, right?
Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're a property of the Gettysburg. They were just paying for a per pupil cost.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I think people.
So, right, because Gettysburg would pay for that,
But you're not paying for
and
that.
I do with additional ones and wear and tear on them that wouldn't have that, they're making us pay for. that.
Right.
Okay, so Mary? What's your thoughts on what he just talked about, the athletics, the kind of the parents paying the first year?
I agree with that.
Okay.
Lacrosse, where this still on lacrosse.
Just the cost right now.
That's what I would like, yeah.
Donna?
This is for boys lacrosse?
Boys and
Boys and
girls.
5 boys, 3 girls.
What happens?
Slide numbers out.
Here's my challenge. What happens if we can't pay for it next year?
The board could.
Revisit it?
The board could acknowledge to say pay to play for the second year as well.
Your decision to lift the requirement.
Are we gonna ask for a full commitment by the parents? I mean, we're paying it forward first, and then they're gonna pay us back?
So the Gettysburg is allowing essentially 5 boys and 3 girls to participate in their team. That's a per pupil cost. I believe the co-op's for 2 years. I don't know the nuances if some kids back out the second year, how that works. If that changes the per pupil cost, I'd have to default to Jeff on some of those.
This is purely per pupil cost by their costs, by the number of students that are participating. And then equally, you know, that will be the charge to our students who are coming to Littlestown, like Gettysburg. How you guys want to proceed with the collection of funding would be your decision if you want that money prior to. Because I doubt there'll be cuts, or we're gonna be cuts by
Gosh.
the co-op. Have numbers, you us. So, but that would be your decision. But to what Mr. Shoemaker said, what would happen is either the money's here or we collect the money later. Either way, Gettysburg would bill Littlestown School District and we would pay them the costs. Now, again, when those costs hit our books, that would be up to you guys.
What do we have to make that decision? Like now?
For the co-op, we would have,
Next week.
we would have to do it before this, when the season would start.
Gettysburg, yeah, I mean.
I'll figure out everything tonight. That's what's gonna be in the budget option.
Gettysburg. The sooner the better. I told him we would know somewhere at the beginning of July.
Yeah.
How
If
we're
it-
going to proceed. Budget is finalized.
So is that just for clarity, is that a contract that needs to be board approved?
The co-op.
The co-op. Okay, so that would be, would look to have on June, since it's if we're looking for a pay to play from a parent standpoint, it's not a budgetary issue. So it's not necessarily part of the budget timeframe, but we would look for board to approve the co-op with the pay to play and basically tell the community that's what we're doing and signal that at a public meeting and vote on that in June, so we can have that ready to go for spring sports.
Needs to be approved by the PIA.
There you go. So we would.
So then we need to, can we change it, the thought to, it's pay to play? Reevaluate the second year. But parents have to, we don't want to put that cost expense on the school right now, the district, that the parents have to pay ahead of time.
So the reason it was so
And they
much is if the district wanted to pay the 100% of the cost, it would be a budgetary impact and we had to know that ahead of time.
Right.
Budget. And so it's essentially being, we have to hear from everybody. But if it's off that and it's parents pay to play, that we just need it from a contractual standpoint and approved. That can be a verbal acknowledgement by the board at the next meeting on what the process is going to be. How the district's operating that co-op.
So no matter what we do, it still has the approval of the other organization you mentioned.
Yeah, PIAA. Yeah, PIAA is what you said.
CIAA.
The Gettysburg board has not officially approved the co-op yet either. But I mean, all likelihood they would. I couldn't see a reason they wouldn't, but I believe that has to, once we move.
She will.
Dr. Moyer, you may have.
No problem.
I know, exactly.
Okay, so. Donna?
If that's the understanding, pay to play.
Yes.
We're all okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we'll.
Yes.
So
Okay,
we'll
yes.
proceed with that. We can have some follow-up discussions if there's any other questions on Monday night about that. And yes, we can give the public their answers on how that works. So girls wrestling. Is that how do we want to do that? We want to work at the full cost on the district if we're looking at hybrids or what that looks like.
With that, because we're not charging the boys, we can't charge the girls, correct? Or we'd have to change some of those boys stuff, like,
How are the
does it
girls
have to be the
paying?
same because of Title IX?
Yeah, so let's say, Dr. Moore, you want to explain the nuances?
It doesn't.
He did.
Yeah, I was just saying.
He said it's not good
Explain
optics, but it wouldn't be a legal issue, if I'm summarizing that.
That's correct. The Title IX deals with the opportunity. So the opportunity is there. Title IX does not really, according to Dave Walker, address how it's paid for. So technically, we're okay. And as Mr. Lovell said, from an optic standpoint, it doesn't look great. I'll put it that way.
So, are you sure of the ask? And Val, what are your thoughts on this?
Let me think on it for just a second.
What's the question?
Question is, the girls wrestling, are we funding it?
And what,
So
I mean, is it under boys? Is it separate? Is it they're wrestling girls? Is it, what's happening?
Wrestling is a separate team.
Mr. Alsaki said that to have it under the boys creates a whole,
I get that.
so it would be a
I'm saying, what are we agreeing on right here?
proposal right now is to have a separate entity, whether it's strict, is it authorizing a separate entity? And then if the district's paying for it, or it's paid.
They have to buy it.
Twofold question. The district authorizing it to be,
Again on the,
Was it 11,000?
if you go to the last slide for me.
It's between 10.
10, 450, 12,500.
that's 14, well, that was 27. Like 20,
27 singlets.
14 came out and actually did the,
So that's providing that there's 27.
So
exactly.
that was just estimations. We could pull that down. Jeff, what would be the singlet? So you had 20, I think estimated 27 singlets.
The numbers would be lower.
About $65 per singlet. When I again talk with AD, for ballpark, I mean, they could be $75 at. It's a budget. We charge exactly. The one thing I want to share with you guys that you guys work with the play is you have to take into consideration and have first reduced meals basis.
We have a pavilion there. They
We have X number of free and reduced meal students in the co-op or how you guys go about it. I'm not sure how that impacts the take of play with free and reduced meals, but it's something that you may want to consider in case there are students that do that. Of those 8, it could change the cost a little bit, but it's not going to jump. Should be ready for that.
I think that.
I don't have.
You gotta pay for it.
That's something we would have to.
I think you can say you've gotta pay for the pay to play.
Yeah, I don't want to throw that, but I be clear that you guys know that it's gonna be a range. It's always a cost. I can't give you the hard number.
But we only.
This was
girls.
14 girls that came out like between 8th grade, JV varsity.
Because you still gotta pay for it, you still gotta pay transportation, you still gotta pay the fees.
Yeah.
You're getting a workout tonight.
Is this.
Sorry for all the questions, just to
No,
understand.
great question.
So the numbers are about 75% junior high students, 25% high school students. When we look at going into next year. So if I look at my numbers right now, 8 of 12 girls that show that responded when we did open mat are in the middle school, which would be 75%. And if I look at the actually it was 29. So again, I misquoted myself. 21 were junior high and 8 were JV or varsity. So that equals about 73% of these students. So when we're looking at the program, we're looking at a program that's feeding itself. I mean, if we're getting a large number of 7th and 8th grade students coming in, that program, I would assume, if the girls enjoy it, and as we plant the seeds, grows. And the enjoy goes back to all the things we talked about. They got to compete. They're just not going to want to show up and practice 5 days a week and cut weight to not wrestle. And you know what has happened in other schools, and as again I shared with you way back, the research is showing that there's just exponential growth with girls wrestling right now. It's hitting a whole nother demographic of students, and as I shared, of the girls that the 29 that responded, only 3 are basketball players. So it doesn't impact our basketball programs, which sends a real loud message to me. We're hitting a whole nother demographic. And when you look at the research, students are more successful in school, their attendance, their discipline, their grades when they're involved in interscholastics. There's 27 more girls potentially that, Dr. Becker and our teachers are going to see a lot more success with. So.
Have you, Jeff, thank you. Have you heard anybody from the community that has said, look, we really want this to happen. We want to see this going. And as they start a program and infusing the community effort, parents, what would that look like? Do you have an idea of how that would be?
Could you rephrase that question? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
So I'm asking is, put a program together. There's people that want to possibly, parents want to participate in paying for it. It would be like the similar co-op with the lacrosse, or is this?
Well, I've
different?
had no
Ways you-
discussions with anyone on girls wrestling regarding pay to pay.
We're playing for boys wrestling. You can't do that with.
No, and I'm with Dr. Moyer. The optics of that would be
Yeah.
pretty
Was a little.
tedious for you guys if you guys went down that road. You know, that would be your call though, but
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Alex, if you wouldn't mind answering, how do we factor ticket sales revenue into offsetting these costs?
Well, okay, so likely if it's, if we have girls wrestling any exhibition matches, if we were lucky enough to find teams that could wrestle exhibition, it would be zero. Because what would happen is the parents that would come in, well, it wouldn't be zero. You'd have some girl parents coming in. So 4 parents, 5 parents, 10 parents, whatever it is coming in. So you're looking at $50, $60 for those parents to come in to see their child wrestle those if we have exhibition. Now, if we go to tournaments and that type of stuff, it's zero because we're going to a place to wrestle. So it'd be very, very small numbers. Because again, like I said, let's say the boys have 10 duels at home and we have separate programs and we're just happen to have some exhibition matches in between junior high and varsity. My guess is not all 10 of those schools are going to have exhibition matches for us because they already have established programs and their girls are already wrestling in their own dual meets at other places or at home.
Okay, so Ally, you want to go on with the program?
I do.
Jean? Wayne?
I'll circle back.
Donna?
I would think it would be great, but I don't think we have the money.
Janelle?
Yes, I do.
Aaron?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Wayne? Circle back.
Potentially, those numbers are high because the coach could be less, uniforms could be less if it's not 27. So,
Yes, we would go. Now it's all,
yeah.
just like Jeff says,
Coach,
budgetary.
it's just a-
I'm just trying to estimate what those costs would be.
We're in the
It's gonna be-
$2,000 to $3,000 range. It's not gonna dramatically change your budget or save you a ton of
Exactly.
your way.
Yeah, that's just it's not gonna be that high.
Just so I understand, the people who said yes were in agreement to the district funding those costs.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to circle back. Okay, and then the last and biggest topic, I believe, is the tax rate that we want to show. Like I said, I'm willing to do,
We want to talk cuts first. Didn't anybody want to have cuts or anything? Didn't,
we can talk about other
I
items.
mean,
I just-
everybody
Executive session.
had, I don't have cuts. I had cuts.
I know, I
Now,
was going through.
I'm just saying, the rest of the board obviously did something over the last couple of weeks and they,
I met with Judy and Tom last week, but I don't know if we probably need to go to executive session, I'd imagine. I'm not sure. So we need.
I don't know if anybody.
Let's answer this first, if we could. Or is
We
Steve
can,
one?
you can.
Answer what?
One or the other, yep.
Answer what?
So the tax increase, so that was the,
I don't think you can determine a tax increase until you've looked at the whole budget.
just, that's up to Steve, which way
I'm
you
just
want to go.
asking, okay, so
If we want executive session, that's up to you, Steve, to call that.
Is Janelle the only one that has anything to talk about? Anybody else have anything? Is yours executive session or is it here?
No.
Yeah.
all right.
Should you have a parameter?
I'm sorry.
We gotta do that now or when we come back,
Personnel.
I think it's either or.
depending on what we talk.
You can just create, yeah, it's just,
So,
is it relation to personnel? I'm assuming Janelle.
Yes.
yeah, okay, so
We're gonna need.
we're gonna meet in
Where do
executive
we go?
session and concerning personnel and,
There we go.
are we, The board met in the executive session on, okay, anyway, to discuss the matters involving employment, appointments, termination or of employment, terms of conditions of employment, evaluations of performance, promotion or discipline, or a specific employee of the district.
Is there any other additional discussion about the budget before we talk about tax, the real estate tax?
Just a question. The uniforms, like they're included, like obviously there's nothing we can do about that, including the high jump, that's included in the budget moving forward.
The high jump is a one-time cost, yes, wait, the next year.
But it's in, okay.
Yeah, so just to prelude the next year, we did pause the wrestling mats, which would be a request for the following year. So there is like the cyclical equipment nature as well. We like to something I try to push is a cyclical nature, so they're predictable. They're kind of the standard amount, so there's not those big waves of high cost, low cost, high cost, low cost. It seems to work well. It helps predict from all the budgetary standpoints. They don't have a lot of movement. So that's just to give you a heads up of what next year's request is going to look like. Actually, Jeff already chicken his head. We've already talked about that we did pause this year on those to do a high jump instead. And that would be the request next year.
2 years out, if not next year. Inventory costs, be adding stock lots. For the PIA rule for basketball budget, so you guys are aware, similar to the uniform cycle, we're gonna have a large equipment cycle coming up.
Any additional?
I do, I want to ask you a question, on your presentation, and we skipped past because you said we're going to talk about it later. You started out the last time at our unassigned funds ending at 688,321, which is 1.454%, but now it's down to 640,421.
Yep.
Which is 1.6%. Basically, you've reduced our unassigned funds, our estimated unassigned funds by 47,900. What is the reason behind that?
You mean the remaining funds?
Yeah, the unassigned, yeah. The unassigned funds.
So just for clarification, the 3.3 or the remaining after?
The remaining after the
Yeah.
deficit
So,
hits in.
Aaron, can you go slide 7 real quick? So at the bottom, over here might be easier. What's changed? So we reduced federal income by 10,000.
By 10,000.
We reduced workman's comp, so an expenditure by 7. We increased expenditures by 26,000. And also in the budget is the regular transportation route, the lacrosse co-op, which I'll take back out based off the conversation, and then girls wrestling. So those were shown in that number, which reflected the movement as a decrease in remaining unassigned fund balance. So that's the difference between last time and this time. What's changed? I have that little snapshot there of what the changes are.
So let me get this right. We had the uniform cycle, 26,000. We had the regular transportation.
Yeah.
Added back in and the girls wrestling.
Yeah, so the co-op, it's shown in here because I wasn't sure what the decision was, so I've shown it as being included. Based off of the decision tonight, it will be excluded Monday night. So it will have an additional 8,000, so 648,421 would be the remaining balance.
640,000.
Yeah, so 648 from 640.
Oh, 648 because you're adding the 8 back on.
Correct.
Okay, for the girls across. Okay, I see that.
All right, any other, Mary?
I see a replacement request for the water reel system, but there was no cost. How much is it?
That's 16,000 and that's actually 16,000. And that's within Victor's equipment cycle, just like it is for athletics. He does have an established cycle, so that met the recycle requirements. So he's foregone it for, I think, 2 years now when the board declined it. It's been being repaired to death, essentially. It predates, I believe it's 25 years old at least, and I think the repair costs last year were upwards of $3,000. So it makes more logical sense to buy a brand new one rather than keep repairing an old one.
I read all the stuff you had.
So yes, he has a normal site for those large equipments. He just uses next year's for a water.
And my last thing is I would like the board to reconsider the LPM position not being terminated.
Well, I guess that's just gonna have to go around and just ask everybody.
Yep.
No.
Do we have any discussion? Like, The explanation, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's hear an explanation. Let's just go around the room. Let's get an explanation.
So I did like a brief handout with the consolidations of the buildings, and what funneled the request to remove the LPN was we're going from 3 buildings that have 4 staff members down to 2 buildings, and we're going to reduce down to 3 staff members. So you can see on the left in your handout here, we have a certified school nurse, that's the CSN. At the high school, we have an LPN at the middle school, and we had a CSN and an LPN located here at Alley Creek. That staffing's 2 CSNs, 2 LPNs. With the combination of 2 buildings, we were going to have a CSN at the high school, at middle school, and 1 at the elementary to meet PD requirements. So PD requirements is to have 1 certified school nurse per 1,500 students. So we have above 1,500 students, we are required to have 2. So that's the minimum requirement to help facilitate them if they're out absent or just help them for daily duties. The LPN would float between 2 buildings to supplement their workload. So by law, the minimum is 2. We know there's additional need. So to address that additional need, we were going to keep 1 LPN on to support them. They would float between the high school. We have a tentative schedule down there on the right. So it would look like 7:30 in the morning, 10:45. And then we know the majority of the need for elementary students are normally during lunchtime and recess, which happens mostly 11 p.m. to 3 p.m. And they would be targeted to come down here to support the nurse down here at this building during those times. So due to the number of students we have at each building, what the requirements are, we thought that that was a reasonable attritional cut we could make. And that's for those reasons.
I would just add that I fully appreciate what Mary is saying, given the circumstances that we had this year that were very challenging, especially the last month of school. But I do believe with the consolidation of the schools and going to a 6 through 12 grade configuration with 2 RNs and 1 LPN and slightly under 1,700 students, we are well within the state guidelines. And I think I speak for Judy and Tom when I say we're confident we can make that work in a very good way next year. And that's one of the pluses because of the consolidation of the schools.
I agree that what you're saying, but we consolidated schools, but we still have the same amount of students. And when we have people out, what if both RNs are out at one time for, say, a week or so? Then we're stuck with 1 LPN that has to run between the buildings with kids on schedules for medications. I just don't agree. I think we should keep it.
Well, what happens if an RN's out? I mean, I know that the LPN would fill in, so then you only have 2, you wouldn't have someone to come
We
in and
have
help.
a handful of substitute nurses we call upon in those cases that have been very helpful to come in and use. If that wouldn't be the case, we would then research, we could look at contracted services that would be supplement even those substitutes, and they could be a secondary substitute. We could look at other options, but that would be what the case would be if there's multiple out. We would look at having a substitute in for that day. If it's for an extended time, we would go to a different route on how to address those.
So we have an emergency type of thing that we can go to somebody that we have a contract with, third party.
No, that wasn't approved by
It
the
wasn't
board.
approved by the board.
No.
We did, I think it was
So
April.
I did work with the IU a little bit at the end of the school year.
It was something in April we looked at to address some of that, but yes, it was declined by the board, so.
And I do have a sub on the June agenda, a new sub.
To our pool of candidates to pull from if there's an event, a nurse is out for the day. Or multiple nurses, I should say multiple nurses. Right?
Anybody else have any other thoughts?
It is hard to get nurse subs, I will say.
Yeah, we're well below the
1,500,
Yeah,
151.
well below that.
We are required to have 2, but and we do acknowledge there's a need for an LPN to support them in the
Right.
buildings. We just don't necessarily see that there's a necessary for 2 LPNs with the consolidation.
Ally?
We're just going around the room since it was a question.
You have more discussion, discuss.
No, I just don't know why you keep starting with Ally. Make her make decisions. No,
It's a lot of pressure.
Let's start somewhere.
No. Dwayne, we said no.
Yeah, no.
What was the question? Whether we're gonna keep it?
We put the LPN back in budget is the.
I think this example, this layout, it should be pretty good. We're legal under this and we have an extra person to float.
I'm gonna say no, but I would like us to look and if the need is there, having trouble getting substitute nurses, as Dr. Behrman just said, that maybe we can reevaluate in the future. We don't have to wait till budget cycle to talk about it, right? Like if we're seeing in September, like things are happening, the RNs are out, we can't get a sub in, we can bring it out and discuss it at that point.
Say, Dr. Berryman would probably provide that in her monthly updates if we're finding that it's not working and we have an additional request to signal the board ahead of time, and we would research options to provide the board if this wouldn't come to expectations. So yes, we would address it and be able to handle that.
We don't have any RNs.
It's usually better to do, I mean, when something like that happens, you're better to do a contracted nurse than to add
So
a.
we could come back and look at the
Yeah.
contract.
And she could bring options to the table.
Right.
I did reach out to a couple people. So like if we do have a prolonged medical again, I did reach out to a couple different agencies to say, it's hard to do a day-to-day because, you know, healthcare, there's such a shortage and they can, you know, make a good bit of money. But if we have an extended medical, we could work on a contract. They do tend to be a little pricey, as you guys saw with the last one. But if we did have some situation where we were without one for a number of days or a week or whatever, because of a medical, we could look at that. Yeah.
That's the reason we're in that, because of medical.
All right.
Well, of course I want it.
Okay, and I say no.
Okay. All right, any other additional questions? Mary, did you have additional ones on your
No.
list? Anybody else? Okay, then we'll jump into.
Well, I do really quick, in regards to field trips, so like, does the, like, a nurse need to go, like, an overnight trip? With our, like, there's students, like, some of them went on, like, they go to big trips, they don't need to do that.
Only if there's
Because the students are older, so they can either do their own or, and.
It depends on what the medicine is. So we had a student, like we do have it in our policy where parents can write permission for the chaperone or the teacher, like not like just a volunteer, to be able to give the meds. Like they would carry it and give them the prescribed medication. We also have where, like, if there's no medical needs, a nurse doesn't go. We did talk last year, at the end of the year, it seemed like, and sorry to pick on ACEs tonight with the buses and the field trips, but field trips were like popping up on the schedule. And like, I would have to reach out to Joey and I'm like, we really have to have these scheduled ahead of time, because if I do need to get a nurse sub, like I need more leeway than a week to work on getting a sub.
So, like, because we have to have a nurse go on elementary field trips, but not necessarily.
Only if only if there's a student going on the field trip with medical. Yeah.
Right.
So what do we do so in that circumstance, what do we do when we have an elementary student that is going on a field trip that has a medical?
Generally, one of our nurses go.
So that would be on this new plan, that would be the floater?
Well, they work that out among themselves about who's going. Sometimes Kim goes, sometimes Lisa goes, sometimes Ida go. It really depends on where the field trip. Sometimes it's just.
But what I'm saying is, would you use that third person is what I'm saying, not the
Any of the three.
Any of the three.
Open to any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Yeah, what, was there, or am I mistaking, Dr. Berryman, was there an ad out by LIU for a nurse for Alloway Creek?
We had, I said that earlier, I don't know if you missed it, we had to use the LIU at the end of the year
Okay.
for one day.
Saw the ad and I thought they were looking.
No.
Let's go into the text.
Okay. So I'll just open it up to the floor. If there's, right now, zeros was presented by FPS. So if there's a difference beyond zero, now's the time to ask questions, I guess, or have one showcased beyond 0%.
Do we want to discuss why we did 0? Do you want to? I'm asking if you want to. Of course, actually, the rest of what we requested was, right?
What was?
The capital reserve transfer.
Yeah, so, yeah, right now, the recommendation, all the financials I showed are at 0 based off of the last FPS meeting. As the full board's here, it's an opportunity to say if there's a different, I know there's discussion last time about what the tax rate could or couldn't be. So I guess now's the time so we can have something official, have it advertised to then be discussed on Monday. That is an advertising requirement for that as well, for the intent to adopt.
So does anybody have a thought other than 0?
I do.
What is it?
As I shared last time, I think it needs to be a 2% tax increase. We're struggling. We're gonna be hurting this year. And we have no guarantee that the state's money is gonna happen. There could be some disaster or something big catastrophic happen. We're not guaranteed to get money. Mr. Shoemaker did break it down for us at a $300,000 home, which is still even higher than our average home a month. It'd be $6.77. That's cheaper than going to McDonald's for a meal. I understand that there's people on fixed incomes. It stinks. But inflation and what's happening in our state, our county, and our country, schools aren't exempt from that. We all have to look at, we didn't raise taxes. I think we did 1% and then a 0%. And I think fiscally responsible isn't just not raising taxes. We have to be able to sustain our school district and our teachers and our staff. So I think that we need to be really cognitive of the fact that, yeah, we might have a surplus at the end of the year. We have in the past, but there's no guarantee that's coming. And so I think we need to prepare, and it affects all of us sitting around this table. It affects a lot of people sitting in this room. It sucks. It's where we're at, but we have to really have to look at this, and because otherwise something bad could really happen. And when I ran for school board, being fiscally responsible, and I feel like this is also being fiscally responsible in doing what we need for our students and our teachers and our school district. And so I'm just trying to look at it and see, we're not the index like other school districts. I think Gettysburg just went to 3.5. Bermudian, I think, went to 4.5. Or what, I'm not,
4.6.
Yeah. New Oxford, the last, I think, year or two has raised it all the way, to the index of their district that they can. So I think it's a reasonable ask. And it looks like the Farmstead Homestead may cancel out some of that for those that it affects. So it'll be basically a 0 for them. But I think we need to be wise. And we have to make a hard decision, just like each one of us has to make a hard decision for our family to cut things out, to not do things. With the price of gas, which it is coming down, but maybe making one trip into the grocery store and Walmart, wherever you need to go, instead of going in a couple times a week. So it sucks, but I think that's a reasonable ask.
I agree. I think at least 2%. Can you circle back to me, please?
The finance, property and supply, we've already given our opinions, so.
This is an opportunity to the full board.
So just put context on it. We need to have at least an option A and an option B. So if it's an FPS of 0 and an option B of 2%, that's fine, and the board can vote between the two. We have to have something that the board can vote on. So
I'm just saying, go to Dwayne and Ally.
But I'm just getting context. I can do two, so I just want to say that it can happen with two. Ideally, I would love one, that we can have one and have the discussion and see those nuances about the one. But if there is two, just like, I mean, we talked about Gettysburg a lot. Gettysburg had three options. There's the options. I just personally like two because it makes it a little less confusing if there's three. You just have an A and a B to pick from, so. Just the context of it.
Does anybody else feel like Mary and Janelle?
Well, I'm just saying you're gonna ask Dwayne and Ally because they're not on the finance, property and supply.
Yeah, I was thinking the 2% also.
I don't agree with 0 or 2. But that's irrelevant. My situation is for 2.5 years, I've asked this board to stop spending. So I'm not gonna sit here and make a determination on what the tax rate's gonna be.
Yeah, so why don't you just move forward 0 and 2?
What's his proposal?
What is your proposal?
My proposal is to stop spending. I said that 2.5 years ago.
Oh.
And you all spent into oblivion, not me, you all did, and now here we sit.
No.
So I'm not one, I'm
We
not
keep
coming in.
having surpluses if we've spent into oblivion.
I'm-
Every year we got surpluses after we've been $2 million deficits budgeted.
With ACTI, like we have now purchasing land, so that this is like, we're here, we're at that point. We have to have something for that each year too.
Just so there's clarity, from the committee, I want to hear, do you still hold at your decision that you brought forth, or do you have a different opinion?
Guys, it's like a 10 of 9. We have another meeting after this. People need to
Remember.
see.
You know, do you still stay with the recommendation that we made, or has you possibly changed your mind? Yes.
Well, the problem is the recommendation we made, they've already said no to the capital reserve, using the capital reserve. So that shoots down a lot of what we said.
So the context is, right now it's 0, 2. Is there a different option? Does the FPS committee, based off all the information, there's a lot of information tonight, are they still in favor of 0? Do they in favor of 2? Are they in favor of a third option? Just want to hear from everybody. We want to be able to have a nice discussion Monday behind an option. So I don't want to come back to Monday and say, well, actually now I'm thinking about 3, or now I'm thinking about 1.5 or whatever. We just want to be able to have it tonight and have another discussion on one option on Monday to be voted on.
I also add that we just added a second autism class too. So, I mean, there are things here that we need to really consider. Like in the spending, as you're saying, Dwayne, like that's something we have to do. We have to provide that. We can't get away from that.
And Dwayne, you should bring solutions to when you say cut across the board.
I did bring
You know,
solutions.
No, well.
I said,
let's
have
hear 'em.
every department re-examine their budget and cut, because they're the only ones that really know truly what's in it. You can send all the figures you want, but when you're self-employed and you're running an operation, you got 11 people working on you. You tell those 11 people, go find it. And they come back and they find it. That's how you do business.
We as a board, or we as a committee, bring context or information and advise the full board. The full board that does the governance. So you as a elected official bring governance to the administration and to the district. So how would you make those cuts?
I would go to every department head and tell them this is how much they got to cut.
Okay, what does that look like?
Well, they're head of the department. They got to figure it out.
Well, you're governing and you're authorized.
I told my employees, you all got to cut 10% out of your budgets. They would have to go do it, not me.
The board does not manage the day-to-day operations.
No, they don't, but we manage the money.
We come up with the answers as to, never mind, whatever.
Yeah.
You're asking, I understand that we're gonna bring cuts and stuff, but I don't know why it's our job to find these cuts.
Right.
We're looking to them to bring us the information that we ask for. He's asking and making statements and direction and saying he's bringing solutions.
Pretty simple.
So that they can do what they got to do, but you're not giving us any solutions. You're just making a sweep back and forth and just saying, this is what we got to do. And it doesn't give us a sense of direction or guidance, what we should do. So are we going with the 2 recommendations of 0, or are we going with the 2 And we move that forward for Monday night.
Before we discuss that, can we find out if we have the 200,000 or the 67,000, whatever it was, for the buses, for the extra route, or is that still on there or
He's
not?
looking into that and coming back with other.
Okay, so they're gonna bring that back.
That might be.
That was a couple hours ago,
Back,
but-
yes. For discussion.
Okay.
So I'm not hearing anything else. We'll have 0 and 2 on the board for discussion Monday. Maybe there'll be one Monday that everybody can, the board members can get behind, and we'll have one to vote it on. Is there anybody in opposition to that?
I think we've given our recommendation. If they want to have a recommendation, and we'll have 2 on and see which one gets voted. Okay.
Except our recommendation doesn't stand anymore because of the capital reserve issue.
Does FPS have a new recommendation then that takes place of what proceeded from last meeting? Now, I guess that was the question Stephen had, is if you have a difference of opinion from 0% from last time, if you've now changed.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, what we recommended last time doesn't sit anymore, but I don't have a different recommendation.
So I think just by default, we
But
have,
I don't know how you support a 0% anymore when they shot down using the capital reserve. That's $1 million right there that we, got to use general fund now,
Don,
which messes up the budget.
are you in favor of 0 or 2?
I don't know how you guys can even do a budget. Honest to God, you want the truth? Here's the truth. I'm taking my glasses off. I'm getting serious. Whenever I take my glasses off, I'm getting serious. Okay? Here's the deal. We're given all these numbers and they're constantly moving around. It's not even a shell game anymore. It's like a coconut game. Okay? It's out of control. The numbers don't match it's just a mess. And when we don't fall, we make policies. Every board meeting, we make new policies. You asked, I'm sorry. You asked, so you're getting it. Every board meeting, we make policies. And guess what? I've only been on here since October. Maybe this will be a short ride, I'm not sure. But you know what? I've already identified 3 different policies that this board, and I'm not naming individual people, but we're responsible for this school system. This board didn't even follow the policies. There's 3 policies. So it's okay. When it was brought up to their attention, what happened? Oh, we just rewrite the policy and change the policy and make it appropriate. So now, hold on a second. And you can tell me whatever you want, okay? So now you guys are looking at taking the money that you thought we could spend and using that to go with a 0% tax increase, okay? So then we find out we can't do that. So, but if we do it anyway, we'll just rewrite the policy.
But again, that's not true. What couldn't we
Just
do?
like it wasn't true when they bought a 0-turn lawnmower.
We didn't know they did that.
What couldn't we
But
do?
we're rewriting that policy now, though.
Not because of that.
Okay.
I think we need to
Just coincidence.
focus back on what the,
No, I want to ask her, what couldn't we do? Because what we brought to the board, we could do, and the full board, including you, voted it down. And when
You know
when the
why?
week before in the finance meeting, you said, let's take 2 million from the capital reserve. And we came up with a legal way that we could accomplish the $1 million recommendation that the full finance committee unanimously made,
It wasn't.
and you voted it down.
It wasn't
Well,
unanimous.
you wanted 2 million. You didn't just want 1, you wanted 2. So that really confused me as to why, when you think that one way in this meeting, you voted down in the second meeting. That didn't make much sense. As far as the policies, I don't know of any policies that we have, as a board, have broken and just decided to rewrite because we've broken them.
Do you know why we're actually sitting here right now tonight in this particular situation with this budget, as confusing as it is and as challenging, and the numbers are constantly changing? You know why? Because we dragged our feet doing this budget. We dragged our feet because you were running for state rep.
That's the most ridiculous statement, and there's a lot of
Sorry,
them
it's
that you've
factual.
made over the month.
The budget,
But
what
it's one of the most
be,
ridiculous
never
statements
to do
ever made.
it together.
It has nothing to do with anything.
It's okay.
Nobody's drugged their feet. We've had meeting after meeting. We've had additional meetings before the election. You didn't come to them, but we've had many finance, property, and supply meetings. So that had nothing to do with anything. Again, you can make up stuff and you can say whatever you want, but I'm not going to tolerate lies being told about the board, about me, because it's just simply not true. You know, it's not true. And we'll go from there.
So Donna, I mean, you bring these questions and you bring pretty strong, hey, you know, you're not doing this, you're not that. So what do you recommend? What is the
It's
solution?
what to recommend, because every year, you know, you guys say that you're at a huge deficit. And then next thing you know, when we get the audit done, we're not at a deficit at all.
So
We're not only a little extra, there's like
Million.
millions of dollars of surplus. And it's not, this just didn't happen 1 year. This has happened for approximately 8 to 10 years now. I'm not making this up. This is factually correct.
so
Jeannie, am I wrong?
Oh, you're right. That's, we've been saying, yeah.
But it's like you say that, in which we agree with, but then everything that's being done is always wrong, and
I
we
didn't say
never hear
everything that's being done.
solutions. We never hear solutions. We just hear we just hear complaints. So what's the solution? If we're not doing it right, you think that the whole board has never done a thing right
I
since
never
you've been
said
on
that.
here.
I never.
What's the
said that.
solution?
I never said that. I never said you guys haven't done a thing right.
all right,
So you want
Let's-
to, you say
we-
think
we-
0%, you want a 0% still? Because that's what he's asking. What are your thoughts? Are you still
Mhm.
going with what the committee recommended? Or do you have another
No,
thought?
I think we need to go back and cut. I think we need to go back.
But we had some discussions that, I don't want to have to go in our executive session. It's, we're hands are tied.
we
We know this.
okay, so we're at a point now, we want to give Tom a direction and we're either 0 or 2.
I'll tell you what the solution is on those two's behalf, Janelle. They're never going to side with either end of the stick. They never vote for any type of expenditure. They never vote for any budget because they never want to be held responsible for any decision that's made. And it's always, well, I never agree. We're never going to do it. And it's all of your fault. And I've been telling you this and I've been telling you that. They never pick a side because they never want to be held accountable for a decision that the board makes. They vote against every month. They vote against the general fund checks to pay our bills every month. They never want to be held responsible. They never want to put their name behind anything so they can point the finger and say, it's all the rest of them. So that's why we don't get any answers out of them. We don't get any solutions. That's the reason. So if anybody wants to know, that's why.
I mean, I sat down, looked at everything and met with Tom and Judy that was asked, bring something to the table. So I did. And nothing's gonna happen. Like we discussed this, you know, like we're in a really hard place. And we can't guarantee that surplus is gonna happen. We just can't.
We've already been told that it's at least an operational $1 million surplus for this year.
But even if we don't raise taxes though, Jeannie, we still have ACT. We still have we did 1.7 million. That's a lot of money. So that's even over the million that we'd be getting in. So it stinks.
So while we're on a soapbox here, let's go back over what really happened in 2024. In 2024, Nick Liddell came on the board and he spent a lot of money. And then when he.
No, that's not
Greater
true.
than 1%, when it came.
Guys,
Not true.
He literally said no,
Not true.
and let everybody else raise
You
taxes.
said no. Didn't you say
You
no?
said no.
We're going to take a recess for 5 minutes. recommendation to bring forth to the admin, if we want to go from 0 to 2. If there's no other discussion, I would like to move that forward. And with that, could I have a motion to adjourn?